Yeah, thank you, Ms. Martin, for turning us on, as it were. Anyway, here we go, members. Good morning to everybody. This is a meeting of Portsmouth Planning Committee. First of all, we'll go through the meeting risk assessment for the council chamber, which I have a script here which I need to read through. It says, "Welcome everyone. I am Councillor Lee Hunt, Chair of the Planning Committee. Please be assured that we have put appropriate cleansing and social distancing measures in place to ensure that this meeting is undertaken in a COVID-secure manner. This has included a request for all attendees to have taken an LFD test, which I have done yesterday and today, and I am negative. The use of the NHS Track and Trace app or attendee log, 2 metres social distancing, the wearing of masks when not seated, and a one-way system in the Guild Hall. Limited public seating has been made available. However, this meeting is also being webcast to allow the public to attend remotely if they so wish. Please be advised that the public seating area is not in view of the camera used to webcast this meeting. Can I ask members to remain seated throughout the duration of the meeting and wear a face covering unless seated. Please only use the seats marked, the green circle, and they've been allocated 2 metres apart. The safety information. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble at Queen Victoria statue in front of the civic offices. And in order to comply with the Guildhall Trust Fire Marshal regulations, anyone who signed in at the Guildhall reception desk should sign out when leaving the building. Presumably not if it's on fire. Well, presumably it is on fire to sign it, but a bit of a conundrum there, really. Anyway, live web streaming. May I draw everyone's attention to the fact that this meeting will be live streamed. Everyone speaking via a microphone will be on a camera, including those making deputations. Members of the press and public are also permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that it neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly that they do not wish to be recorded. Please can everyone use the microphones and remember to switch them off when they have finished. And there was some information in the full council yesterday about the distance from the mic. I'm probably a little bit too close, so it's blaring out too much. But they want us about 9 inches or so away from the microphone. But that was what was in the council script yesterday on our desk. So we'd like to go around the room and introduce ourselves, and we'll start off with the legal advisor here, Kieran. So we'll go around the back of the room and everybody introduce themselves. Up to you, Ed. Then we'll come back from you, Simon, go do the next level round, and then we'll go down to you, Councillor Gosling, and then till we're right back at me. Okay, here we go then. After you, Kieran.
It's Councillor Weems. Just interject. Yeah, wrong one.
Sorry, Councillor Weems. Sorry, you're all new to me.
I'm just glad I'm going first. My name's Kieran Laven. I'm the Council's planning solicitor.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Lawrence, the Director of Achieve Town Planning, giving a deputation on item 1.
Good morning, I'm Keith Toomey, the Chairman of the Royal Naval Club and the Royal Albert Yacht Club.
Hi, I'm Henry Thorpe and I'm here to make... Okay. Hi, I'm Henry Thorpe and I'm here to talk about 49 Oriel Road.
Good morning, I'm Graham Swinburne. I'm speaking on the 15 Oyster Street item.
I'm Jane Lloyd. I'm here to speak about 15 Oyster Street.
Karen Martin from Democratic Services. Anna Martin, Democratic Services.
Ezra Keledo, Head of Development Management. Thank you, Chair. Didn't hear. Edward Chetwood Selton, Development Management Team Leader. Thank you. From the back. Thank you.
Simon Turner, also a Development Management Team Leader.
Councillor Matthew Atkins, Cosham Councillor and full-time member of the Planning Committee.
Councillor Weems, standing in for Councillor Robert New.
Councillor John Smith.
Councillor Symes, standing in for Joe Hooper.
Gerald Van Jackson, Councillor for Milton Ward.
Good morning, Chair. Chris Atwell, St Thomas Ward and Vice Chair of the committee.
Judith Smythe, Councillor for St Jude Ward.
Councillor Lindstag, Baffins Ward Councillor.
Wonderful. Dry runs help a little bit. So we've had the apologies as we went round. Sorry, have we got any apologies, Anna?
Yeah, Councillor Joe Hooper and Councillor Robert New, who is being deputised for by Councillor Weems.
Okay. Councillor Smythe.
Councillor George Fielding, and I'm afraid our deputy that we wanted to come has been taken ill this morning, so they can't come either. Our apologies from Kirsty Mellor too, please.
Thank you. There are lots of illness about. Any other apologies? Thank you very much indeed. So, declaration of members' interest in the items here today. Anybody got any interests? I've got two raising their hands. Councillor Weems, if you'd like to go ahead.
It's just on 49 Oriel Road, but I still wish to give my deputation, so I'll just stand out when people are talking about it.
So, Kieran, could you just I suppose you have advised them already.
I haven't actually. So just so I'm clear, you want to give a deputation on that item, so you're going to come to vow to the voting role?
Yes.
Committee
And that's
that
okay.
item. Okay.
Yeah, is that allowed?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
But I understand once he's given his deputation, he's got to quit the room. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Councillor Smith.
Personal, I've checked it with Kieran. Personal and prejudicial interest in the boathouse and in South Road Pier.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
So that's a personal prejudicial interest, and you'll leave the room for both those items. Yeah.
Yeah, understood. Chair, I talked to the city solicitor about South Parade Pier. I've had discussions with officers and with the applicant, but it is not considered a prejudicial interest, and therefore I will remain.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Okay, is that all the interest done? Very good.
So can I just be, I'm sorry to be picky, but I'm just trying to check. My list on my agenda lists standing deputies, and it doesn't include Councillor Symes or Councillor Weems on the list of standing deputies. Now, it might be that the list is wrong, which is...
It should be wrong, because it was updated at the last council meeting.
Okay, can we make sure, Democratic Services, that you've got the right lists appearing on the right agendas with the right names?
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I hadn't noticed it myself.
Well, what I didn't want to happen is for there to be any question about decisions made here that would be questioned afterwards.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that we are correct in who the right people are in the room.
So can I ask you, some of the councillors who are deputising, did they have to be trained, as it were? Maybe they have been, I don't know.
The point is that you're appointed to the Planning Committee by full council, so if you have not been nominated as either a full member or a deputy, you should not be sitting at Planning Committee. I did check in the case of Councillor Symes beforehand, because I haven't seen you recently, Councillor, and you were on the council's website as a standing deputy, but I will defer to Democratic Services. I'm afraid
It's the same, if you look online, it says Planning Committee Standing Deputy under my name on their website, so it has been updated.
And can Democratic Services confirm that that is the most up-to-date list?
Thanks. And while Anna Martin's, I'm sorry about this, Councillor Smythe.
The notice of the meeting doesn't record either of those people as standing deputies, so that would have to be changed on the record if there are other reasons to do so.
We'll make sure that's done subsequent to this meeting, all right? So thank you everybody for being helpful. So we'll go and do the minutes.
If it's been through full council, of course.
Well, we'll check.
Before we proceed to business, we need to clarify that point.
Okay, we can't do the minutes. Because they weren't there at the last meeting anyway.
Two of the
I think we
rest.
can proceed with the minutes, but
Okay.
in terms of the main items of business, you can't.
No, we won't, but we'll do the minutes then. Everybody had a chance to look at the minutes. Only the people who were there last time can vote on them. So you're proposing, are you, Councillor Smythe, or you've got an issue?
I definitely apologise for that meeting, and it's not recorded that I did.
Did you? Okay, all right then. Can we make sure, Karen, that that's added to the minutes, that Councillor Smythe apologised for not attending the last meeting?
And I mean, the apology might have been given by my deputy who was here, but I definitely...
I think it was George Fielding who was here last time, and I remember him saying that you couldn't make it. So sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So there are the minutes. They're in front of you. You probably read them with great interest, I hope. Can I propose the minutes as they're written with that amendment suggested by Councillor Smythe and seconded by Councillor Atwell? Councillor Smythe.
I've got a point to make about the minutes.
Okay.
I think if I was reading these ab initio without any history, I wouldn't know what they were talking about. They don't, in this case, cite the name of the planning application throughout.
Yeah, you're right.
And I think that was very confusing. So I just wondered if in future we could make sure we have the proper titles of the...
So I'm sorry, I'm looking at page 11. They've got Victoria Park at the top.
Yeah, but it doesn't say what it was an application for. So
I see what you mean.
One would read it and not know what it was for. It
I
could
see
have been for anything.
Yeah.
I just think we need to cite on the agenda exactly what it is we're talking about.
Well, if the committee are happy with that, I'm happy with that. And if you could take a note there, Karen.
I'm not personally of the opinion it's necessary, just because I think the minutes need to be read in tandem with the...
I don't want an argument over it. If a few want it and it's not going to do any harm, it's no bother to...
As long as it's a short summary, I
I agree.
minutes rather than long minutes. Yeah.
It's just the title on the agenda that I'm asking for, that's all.
Yeah, sure. And they can be copied and pasted quite easily. All right, members? Okay, well, that's been noted by Democratic Services who are typing away over there. Right, with those little issues sorted, can we then move to agreement on the minutes? The minutes are agreed then. And Anna, where are we with the admittance of Councillor Weems to the meeting?
It was a debrief from the last full council that Councillor Weems and Councillor Simons would be standing deputies.
That's great. Thank you very much indeed. So we can proceed, Kieran.
Yes, that's correct. That's fine.
Thank you all very much indeed. Sorry about that little hiatus, and apologies to the two councillors. So we're going to move now to the update on previous applications. As we said in the pre-agenda surrounding the HMO issue, I've asked the officers tell us what their recommendation was before it's reported back after appeal. Okay, who's doing this, Ed or Ezzy?
Chair, I'll be doing this today.
Right, fire away then, Ezzy.
Thank you, Chair. Updates from previous planning applications. We have received 3 new appeals that are pending. The first appeal being for 27 Lakeside Avenue in Portsmouth, and that's in progress, and that's with regards to refusal for a construction of a dormer to front roof slope and side-facing window, being a resubmission for a previous application that was made in 2020. Basically, the front dormer would be of a flat roof construction, and also there will be an addition to the south side elevation, which is believed to cause harm. That is pending with the inspector, planning inspectorate. Then we have a second planning appeal for a 17 Crowns Water Park in South Sea, and that's with regards to construction of a 2-story front extension, part single-story, part 2-story rear extension, and roof alterations, including raising the ridge height. The third appeal that is pending is for 34 Whitewell Road in South Sea, and that's with regard the single-story ground floor rear infield extension. The decisions we've received so far are 5 in number, the first one being for 97 Havant Road in Drayton, and that's with a retrospective plan application for development on the existing footprint of the existing outbuilding, which was used as office. This what the inspector had allowed us. Following the inspector's visit, the inspector believed the building has been, property has been constructed to a high standard in line with submitted plans. The construction does not detract from the character and appearance of the street scene. Disagrees with the local planning authorities' claims that the construction lacked fenestration, as views of it from the public realm was limited. The inspector also believed that the proposal complied with policy PCS 23 of the Portsmouth local plan, and that the outbuilding does not unacceptably impact on neighbors, especially number 95, nor the outlook. But the inspector did consider it was necessary to restrict the occupation of the building for purposes ancillary to the main dwelling. The second appeal was for 47 Worsley Street, and for a first floor side extension, loft conversion with insertion of a rear dormer window, raising of the ridge of the main roof and pitched roof to garage. The inspector dismissed this. The inspector was of the view that the increased height of the roof would be unduly prominent within the street scene, as it would involve the construction of a gable end where currently there is none. And also the inspector thought that the two-story outrigger will increase the prominence of the proposed extension further. Furthermore, the inspector agreed that the proposal would fail to preserve the character and appearance of Craneswater and Eastern Parade Conservation Area. The inspector did also conclude that the proposal will be contrary to PCS 23 of the Portsmouth local plan. The third appeal was for 3 Maidford Grove in Portsmouth, which was for a construction of a single-story rear extension, 2-story side extension, loft conversion, and single-story side extension. The inspector allowed this, accepting that whilst the extension will be higher than a closed border fence, due to its hipped roof and the lack of uniformity in other dwellings in the road, it would not stand out as unduly prominent on the street scene. And also that the proposed side extensions would not result in an excessive or intrusive form of development within the street scene. The inspector also concluded that it would not conflict with policy PCS 23 of the Portsmouth local plan. The fourth appeal was for 3 Paynes Road in Southsea, and this was for a house in multiple occupation used to sui generis house in multiple occupation for over 6 persons. The inspector dismissed this appeal, concluding that it cannot be certain that the development does not have, in combination, adverse effects on the integrity of the SPA from additional recreational activity. The inspector also believed that development has an adverse effect arising from occupation of an additional bedroom through increased wastewater discharge. The development, the inspector concluded, does not outweigh the benefit of the development does not outweigh the conflict with the local plan and the SPA. The inspector concluded. The final appeal was for 28 Hudson Road in Southsea. Again, this was for a change of use for purposes falling within Class 4, a house in multiple occupation, to a 7-bedroom house in multiple occupation sui generis. The inspector dismissed this appeal, concluding that the communal space would fall significantly short of the adopted standard. The area is cramped, inconvenient, and functionally poor. The inspector also believed that the change of use resulted in unsatisfactory living conditions for occupiers and represents an over-intensive use of the property. That conflicts with policy PCS 23 of the Portsmouth local plan. That ends the updates, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just make a comment on that. Members, it's quite right for you to want to look at the communal spaces and the intended occupancy and the living conditions. We see a couple of appeals there being dismissed, and that's a good thing. It shows that we're on the ball, and it shows we're looking after people who would go into the property. So please do continue to challenge the communal spaces. There will be times when, of course, everything is compliant, and you would go out on a limb if you wanted to throw something out on some things. But when there's every reason to do so, you should be challenging. And I congratulate the committee for doing that, because it is sometimes difficult to want to overturn officers' recommendations. But thank you all very much for looking at the detail. Okay, so thank you very much, Izzy, for that. So now we're going to move on to planning applications. Members, you've got the SMAT in front of you. For those who don't like those words, this is supplementary matters to be considered as part of the report by the Assistant Director, etc. So these are just updates on the planning, the very latest updates on the advice that we're going to get over these reports today. So here we go. We're going to start planning on now. We're going to start with number 5 on your agenda. Is number 1 in your reports. And that is the Boathouse 4A Broad Street, Portsmouth. Who's introducing this gentleman? Simon. Right, you fire away then, Simon.
Just to note, Chair, that Councillor Smith has stepped out for his...
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Smith. Thank you, Councillor Atkins. We'll send somebody out for you. Okay, Simon, fire away.
Is the presentation coming? We're just waiting for the presentation, Chairman. Thank you. Planning Committee, an application at the Boathouse 4A Broad Street in Portsmouth. Next slide, please. The camber is shown there on the photograph on the left-hand side, the inner camber, I should add. In its southern tip is the application site. It is located just off Broad Street, which you can see running southeast-northwest, there onto Spice Island with the hot walls facing out to the Solent. You might just discern the red cross on the photograph showing the application at the rear of number 4, so this is 4A, and you can see the red edge site there. Thank you. And the pathway running from Broad Street northeast is Feltham Row, which takes a lot of pedestrian traffic from Spice Island up towards Gun Wharf, the ferry, the Hard Interchange, etc., the Naval Dockyard. Next slide, please. That's the application site marked with the cross there. The site of the pontoon and enclosure is at the rear, the northeast elevation, right facing onto the water. Next slide, please. I hasten to add, this is in the conservation area of Old Portsmouth, and this is a locally listed building. So the photograph on the right top is the contextual photograph looking at the rear elevation facing the inner camber, with modern development on the left-hand side and some older buildings on the right-hand side. So the application site is the boathouse there, locally listed, as I say, in the conservation area, converted into a house late 1998, I think it was, or with planning permission to do so, and sometime before that, permission to change the former steel cladding to the weatherboard cladding you can see now, painted white, of course. You can make out the main aperture below, at ground floor level, hidden somewhat by the green tarpaulin hanging down, and a Versa dock or type pontoon floating small element at the bottom of it. I'm not sure how well you can see this, but there is a slipway, concrete or stone slipway that runs up, a slipway running up diagonally from the water up into the boathouse. So you would manoeuvre your boat up the slipway to house it within the building, depending on the tide, of course, which rises and falls. The application is to raise the front wall, if you like, at the elevation there, so the slipway is no longer diagonally down in, but it is the floor is raised to a horizontal level inside, and then to enclose that with a glazing, a railing, and shutters, and then place Versa dock pontoon on the outside. If we could have the next slide, the this will show it better than I can explain. This is quite small scale, but on the left-hand side, in the top left, you can see the cut-in of the slipway as it rises up into the depth of the building there through the open aperture. Next slide, please. So there's the aperture on the left-hand side without the temporary green tarpaulin. So without that tarpaulin, you read the depth of the building for its former function. So on the right-hand side, you can see the proposals, which is, as I said, is to build up the front wall, to remove effectively the slipway, build it up, and enclose that with the glazing behind, and then the railing to the front and a security shutter that would run on the front elevation beneath an oak beam on the horizontal. You can see there above that. You can see a little gangplank that's removable moving down to the pontoon, the floating pontoon at the bottom. The next slide, please, will show further. So that's a detail of the building. It would become used for recreational purposes, storage, etc., general domestic purposes as part of the application. So effectively there's an internal terrace or balcony formed by the sliding glazing doors you can see, set back a metre or two, so a platform there, and then you could lean on the railings more to the front of the building, set behind the shutter door that can go up and down. Next slide, please. And there's a side view to give you the final feeling of the proposals. So there's the wall built up on the left-hand side to get rid of the slipway. There's the removable gangplank, and there's the pontoon sitting there. It's attached to the wall, to the newly created wall, but with movable joints, if you like, so that obviously it can float up and down with the tide. And as I understand it, you would come in on your boat, and that sort of moors up and forces the pontoon down slightly and provides that stability and mooring point. Those are the main elements of the application. The report's in front of you. We have SMAT and a deputation. The applicant's agent is here, and I have a deputation to read out from a neighbour. But if I just quickly take you through the SMAT, the Supplementary Matters Report first, which simply notes that Councillor Ian Holder has advised that no one has contacted him to object to this application, therefore he has no objection. Councillor Rob Wood has advised that as one of the ward councillors, he has received no verbal or written objections to this application from members of the public, only emails of support, therefore he does not have any objection to the application. Indeed, Councillor Wood, as the report sets out, called it in for a decision by the committee, and as the report sets out, there are a number of letters of support. Chairman, would you like me to read out the neighbours' contribution, or let Mr. Lawrence speak?
So, which way, Kieran? I've forgotten which way we generally do it. Is it the objector first, followed by the applicant, or the other way about? I think last time it was the objectors, so that the applicant could refer to them.
This is a supporter, to be clear, as well.
Okay, I beg your pardon.
Well, in that case, it's
Well, it doesn't matter, does it? No.
Generally, yeah, the claimant goes first, and whoever's rebutting goes second. But I suppose it's a question of who's the claimant in the situation. I would normally allow the applicant to speak first and the objector second.
Kieran, I'm finding it very difficult to hear you. Could you speak up?
Apologies. I would allow the applicant to speak first and then the objector.
But anyway, doesn't matter in this case. So let's go with Mr. Reg first of all, then.
Mr. Reg is the neighbour.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. The neighbour wished to make a deputation, unfortunately has been unable to attend today, so he has sent an email that may have been circulated to councillors, but if not, this is the point of reading it out now. There was a photograph submitted that shows a view across the Camber of some of the more modern development next to the proposal. It has a strapline saying, once a bustling dock transformed into an area of high-class properties, which he believes is a perfect summary of what follows. I should add, of course, just for the record, the recommendation of officers is to refuse the application, set out in the report, because of the concerns about the loss of the depth and volume of the building provided by the slipway and the aperture, and the diminution, therefore, of the historical significance and character of this important building, which is locally listed and in the conservation area. And then not only that harm caused by that loss of depth and the foreclosure of the building with a modern security shutter, but then compounding that harm by adding an alien structure on the outside in the form of the Versa dock. Officers consider this would harm the conservation area and the locally listed building and should therefore be refused. The Deputy supports the application. He notes that officers wish to preserve what they describe as a heritage asset, although it is a very small and perhaps irrelevant part of a non-heritage building, in his opinion. The Deputy believes the Council has already consented to the building's demise with the 1998 consent for its residential conversion. He believes the internal slipway was approved for storage of domestic items, so has become ancillary and fails to exist in planning terms. The Deputy goes on to talk about flood defences created in 2003. He has some concerns about their adequacy and how they involve his property and the application property with defending Broad Street, and some flaws, in his opinion, about whether or not doors are open and how that may affect local flood protection. He's not sure how these measures were agreed and believes, as the applicant does, that the proposals would assist in flood defences. He notes that when the occupier of the premises is absent, the gate fronting Broad Street is locked. There is a flood protection gate across Feltham Road there, just set in from Broad Street. There was details here about whether or not the council has negotiated or tried to negotiate an easement for the two neighbours to maintain and operate the defences, but the Deputy believes that was not completed. He concludes the application provides solution to the flooding problem. Going on to the report, the Deputy looks at some aspects of that. He notes that the report describes the boathouse as a former boathouse clad in weather boarding and windows altered dating from 1860 to 1900. He notes it was actually a boat workshop, and it was clad in weather boarding in the mid-90s. Indeed, the report notes that. He does not, contrary to the officer's report, he notes there are no longer any buildings east of Broad Street used for storage, workshops or as a chandlery. He believes the 1990s consents for this building make no references to heritage assets. The council was interested in residential issues alone. The Deputy has noticed the reply of the archaeological advisor, who raises no objection because photographs have recorded the site as it is, should the consent be forthcoming and the feature lost or diminished. Contrary to officers, the Deputy believes that the evidence of the aperture would be retained by the frame of that aperture being incorporated into the proposed development. The Deputy believes that the Heritage Advisor makes no reference to the importance of the slipway internally or externally. He notes that the slipway can't be seen from the outside because of the dirty green tarpaulin hanging down. He notes the officer report considers the Versa dock, that's the pontoon, as a structure would contrast strongly with the historical character of the building, whereas he considers the character is a modern addition, I think alluding to the weatherboarding from 20-odd years ago. The report then says that the only reason for opposing the Versa dock is that its appearance appears jarring or discordant. The Deputy notes the setting is the camber and that Versa docks litter the camber. The only other setting is residential, and people are paying premium prices to look down on Versa docks. The Deputy believes the officer report admits that the aperture will remain recognisable by the frame remaining in place. Any importance given to the loss of this aperture is surely overridden, to the extent that it matters, in his opinion, by the improvement to the flood defences. So the Deputy concludes that the way the boathouse appears today is due to a combination of good fortune and the efforts of the recent owners. If the boathouse, in his opinion, had the appearance which it did prior to the timber cladding, it would have stood as an eyesore and would probably have been swept up in the 1990s housing frenzy, with no regard for the slipway at all. The Deputy considers the loss of boat building in the Camber arises only from the previous policies of the Council in redeveloping and gentrifying Vosper's, Lucas's, etc. He considers the damage to heritage, if damage it be, is done, and whilst it's not a good planning reason itself to approve the application, to now wish to save an asset, which the archaeological experts have dismissed. He notes the officer's report considers the objection to be on balance. That's the extent of the deputation. How many of those statements and opinions are in accordance with, well, there's little in accordance with the officer's opinions set out in the report in terms of statements and opinions overlapping with the deputy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. With 36 years' experience as a town planner, 17 in this council, I speak on behalf of the applicant and property owner, Mr. Pounds. It's hoped that this committee can apply a little pragmatism and common sense to what are very modest proposals, some of which may not even need planning permission. The vagueness of planning conditions imposed in 1998 have prompted the application. Works inside the building do not constitute development requiring planning permission under law. Officer comments about the loss of the internal part of the slipway represent poor advice to you. This is in today's recommendation wording, and the previous refusal is completely unreasonable and a grounds for claiming costs at appeal. I hope your legal advisor will clarify this for you. Even your archaeological advisor has not objected to the loss of the internal slipway, it having been recorded for the historic environment record under the last application. Members of the committee will have received a letter from a close neighbour, Mr. Edge, has just been read out to you. He makes some very sensible comments on how Old Portsmouth's flood defences would improve if the works proposed today were to go ahead. 10 people of 7 different addresses close to the site write in support of the application. Many express their disbelief at the reason for refusal given to the previous application. Others consulted also have no objections. In fact, the only single objection comes from your heritage advisor. I consider your officers have given undue weight to the considerations of significance in matters of conservation of heritage, where less than significant harm would result, and have not properly applied the planning balance. If the applicant had not intervened in 1992, there would have been no significance to this building. It would have fallen down, owing to its very dilapidated state. The applicant's family carefully repaired the building at great expense to save a feature of the conservation area. Had the dilapidated tin shack remained, and I know pictures for its former appearance have not been shown to you, it is very doubtful that it would have made to the Council's 2011 list of buildings of local interest. It was an eyesore. The building you see today is not the building's original appearance, and its significance for boat repairing ended in 1975, 46 years ago. The city's conservation areas are a valuable resource, but they are living and breathing places which evolve over time. The proposals have been driven by a need to improve home security and also improve the carbon footprint of the building by making it more thermally efficient. If the COP26 talks in Glasgow mean anything, and your policy, PCS 15, is not just a blah, 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 action needs to be taken now. Under Section 17 of the Crime and Disorder Act 1998, the Council has a duty to have regard to the likely effects of crime in their area when making any decision. The The applicant's home is prone to intruders from the Canberra opening. In the past, youths entered the property from the water and set a fire on the internal slipway. The large opening facing the Canberra would still remain, recessed back from the external wall. Your heritage advisor's preference that the public should still be able to see inside the building would actually increase. This is currently not possible owing to the piece of tarpaulin preventing views in. The Canberra is still a working dock, and whilst the mix of commercial and residential character may have shifted over time, the mooring of boats on Versadock systems is plain to see. Many are seen in with the site when walking Feltham Row and also from the upper marshalling deck of the Isle of Wight ferry terminal. In 1992, the Council's Planning Committee itself...
You've got a minute to go, Mr Lawrence.
...sanctioned the white roller shutter door on 4 Broad Street. Applicant is proposing a very high quality finish. The shutter would only be down at night and when the owner is away. I think the proposals in front of you would ensure the longevity of the building in the conservation area. They represent sustainable development proportionately weighed against the social, environmental and economic outcomes under the NPPF. As such, the applicant asks members for their support today. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Mr Lawrence. I can assure you, sir, that members of this committee go into great detail when considering applications. They don't do blah, blah, blah. They actually spend a lot of time reading and having a look at these reports. And secondly, sir, the issues are looked at on the merits of the case, not whether or not they might go off to appeal, and the council may or may not succeed. So perhaps you'd just like to remember that. Thank you very much indeed for your deputation. Members, so now we go to questions. Anybody got any questions about this? Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Can I ask how close that pontoon is to the walkway of Feltham Row?
No, if you go forward, please. And again, and again, and again. Thank you. You can just about make out of there. I don't have an exact measurement for you, Councillor, but I would guesstimate by eye, 1.5 meters, something like that. Not very far.
Thanks very much.
Yep, Councillor Atkins.
The applicant and the deputy have raised questions around what is and what isn't subject to planning permission in this application, particularly the pontoon and the internal slipway. I think we can all agree that changes to the external of the building must be in a conservation area, but are the pontoon and the internal changes to the slipway definitely subject to planning permission in this application? Because they are both mentioned in the report by the heritage officer as factors in why he didn't support this application.
The agent is right to point out internal works in a non-listed building, non-statutory listed building, typically do not require planning consent. Of course, the consequence of raising the slipway is that you build an external wall that we've seen. Raising that certainly does require planning consent. That's connected to the building up behind it, the wedge shape building that would occur there, A. And B, the condition attached to the conversion consent back in 1998, set out in your report, requires that berthing area be retained. So that also perhaps, I think, affects that question.
I think the question Councillor Atkins was asked to is about the floating dock, which I understand is for for mounting, according to this anyway, for mounting a rib or your PWC clear of the water and therefore dry. Was that what you were asking? You want to know whether that should form part of the planning application?
I was asking about that as well, so thank you for the answer the officer gave on the internals, but also the pontoon. So is that subject to planning permission?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, it's been applied for, and we've accepted it. That sort of question, it depends on the degree, perhaps, of permanence of a structure. This looks pretty permanently attached to the building, and there's also the Article 4 as well, which also talks about amendments and alterations to the building. So again, it's been submitted and we've accepted it, therefore requiring planning permission.
I beg your pardon, when you say you've accepted, you mean under delegated power you've allowed it, or you've just accepted the planning permission?
Accepted the planning application.
Accept the planning application, right. Is that clear, everyone? And everybody knows the purpose of this floating dock. It says this allows your asset to remain free from weed growth, barnacles and worms, and reduces or eliminates anti-foul, so presumably there'll boat be hauled up onto it. Councillor Atkins.
I did have a couple of further questions at the dock, but I know Councillor Smythe is waiting to ask questions as well, but if you don't mind, sorry, not Councillor Smythe, Councillor.
You carry on.
How large is the VersaDock, and exactly how is it used? Does the boat moor to the edge of it, or does it moor on it?
Thank you, Councillor. Gosh, you know what, it didn't occur to us to measure the structure. I don't think we set it out on the report. I don't remember seeing that. Let's see, it looks about 4 metres wide, and then if we find another diagram, please, Anna, if we go backwards. Again, that's not shown on there. I think it's about twice as long as it is wide, so I'd hesitate to guess at around about 8 by 4 metres, something like that, a bit smaller perhaps. Apologies for not having the exact dimensions. How would it be used? As I understand it, they float, but the weight of a boat driven onto it forces them down, and the boat sort of rides up onto it. I've never seen one berthing, but you come to a stop and it's sitting with enough weight but enough floating to hold it in position, presumably with ropes as well.
Any more questions, members? Councillor Atwell.
Thank you, Chair. Could you just confirm what the additional supporting information is over and above the SMAT information from the original application?
Could you paraphrase that, please, Simon?
The extra points raised by the applicant compared to the first application, I think, is what was asked, Councillor.
Ask a question again.
Sorry, Simon. It says the applicant has submitted new supporting information. I just wanted to clarify what that was.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes. Set out on page 12/28 of the report, thermal efficiency, debris, security, other examples, and flood defences. If you'd like me to go through them briefly. The agent as well has referred to thermal efficiency. I'm not sure any details have been provided whatsoever, so we don't know the veracity of how much and what this would provide. I mean, clearly closing off an aperture to keep the air out, the external air, would improve thermal efficiency, but I would have thought there would be other ways of achieving that considerably less or causing no harm at all in terms of insulating the first floor accommodation, perhaps by insulating the ceiling of the internal aperture. So I don't think this development is necessary to achieve what is being suggested in terms of carbon and sustainability. In terms of debris, we have seen photographs that show debris collecting in that southern corner of the camber on the water. The assertion from the applicant is that the VersaDock would assist in that. I think not so much in how much is collecting there, but the ease of clearing it up. I'm not sure that is a particularly persuasive argument to the planning officers. There must be other ways of collecting debris on a long stick and a basket sort of arrangement, or on a boat, should that be what everyone would like, which I'm sure it is. I don't think that counts heavily in favour of the application. In terms of security, it is regrettable that there have been some problems. There is the metal railings alongside Feltham Row. They could perhaps be raised up if that was felt. That might assist. I think it was said that these people that set the fire approached by boat. Again, whether or not there are other ways of achieving some security in terms of lighting, CCTV and other factors. Again, we're not persuaded that is a particularly strong argument in favour of the application to overcome the harm. Other examples of Versadocs locally, indeed there are other Versadocs around. The crucial point is they are set away, well away from historic buildings. The one proposed here is outside a locally listed building, and there aren't many of them left of historic buildings just in this part of the Camber. This is an important building with an important historical character and connection, and the Versadoc here is different to the ones located well away from such buildings. And lastly, flood defences, purported improvement to flood defences. As the report sets out in front of you, the Council's drainage team does acknowledge this area there is a weak point, but we took the care to seek the advice from the Environment Agency. We've had a statement about improving flood defences, but no technical details at all. So it's purely a statement. I don't know what evidence or technical expertise it's based upon. So that's why we have sought the advice of a technical expert, the Environment Agency. They've said you'd need to do some extensive modelling. Flood modelling is complex, expensive, and they believe that even if that was done and showed any effect, it would be negligible. Whether it be a negligible improvement or the other way, they believe it would be negligible. So in the absence of any evidence and the response of the Environment Agency, we don't think that argument has any weight. And to go back to the heritage point from the applicant, giving too much weight to heritage, where Mr. Lawrence said there was less than significant harm, that is the planning test. If you believe there to be harm, in this instance less than substantial harm, because it's either substantial in the NPPF or it's less than substantial, we conclude it's less than substantial, but the heritage advisor says within that range it's still high, there has to be public benefit to outweigh that harm. That is the policy test. Officers can't see any such clear and persuasive public benefit. Therefore, the application should be refused on the harm to heritage assets.
Councillor Smythe, then yourself, Councillor Atkins.
Just a quick question. Could we see the photograph of the building as it is now again, please? So what we can see there on the left-hand side is a small version of the Versadoc that's proposed in the application, is it? Or very similar?
It would appear so. I don't know the details of that one, to be honest. I'm not sure it was there when we visited. I can't remember now.
It is, well, it's on the photograph on the left of the existing. There's the green tarpaulin, which isn't an enhancement to any building, and then down below there's what appears to be a very similar thing to the Versadoc already there. Is that right?
It's clearly a small floating platform of some sort, but I don't know its full details, Councillor. I'm sorry.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to check that my memory was correct on that. And the second question is, did the balcony above the dock require planning permission? It does seem to me that that's a matter of taste, but I think it's particularly unfortunate, and we're about to possibly give a planning application to replicate those balustrades. Was that the subject of the planning application that was approved before?
Thank you, Councillor. In the planning history, there is reference to a balcony fronting Camber Docks, so I think the answer to that question is yes, from 1992.
And the proposal is to replicate that form of balustrade down below as well, is it?
The balustrade, that's right, but flush with the front elevation.
Yeah, thank you. That's the question I wanted to have answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. Councillor Atkins.
While I have it in my head, on the point about the legal test, what level of harm would we have to think there was in order then to say that we think it should be given permission? Would it have to be no harm, negligible harm, minimal harm? What level are we talking about? Because you say if there's any harm, we have to think there's public benefit in order to outweigh it.
That's right. If the committee concluded there was no harm, then that's fine. You could approve the application. It would preserve or enhance the character of the conservation area, in your opinion, if that was the case. If you felt there was the less than substantial category of harm, the policy test requires that is weighed against any public benefits which the applicant has put forward, and I've replied on.
Thank you. Another point, just in response to what you just said, it suggested, I thought, that the downstairs, the lower balustrade would be slightly set back from the opening on the slide you had with comments on it, the arrows and comments slide. So is it set back or is it flush?
Edward, could you have the next slide, please? And the next one. And the next one. Thank you. So the balustrade is there where it says railing, so it's just set back with behind the line of the roller shutter. And then, so between the glazing pulled to either side, you've got effectively an internal terrace or an internal balcony.
So there's a sort of lower balcony which does to some degree represent the opening, but so the opening would be, but there is a railing at the front of it.
That's right, depending on whether or not the shutter is open.
The shutter itself, I suppose we don't have a picture of the one on 4 that is considered similar, do we? Because, I mean, quite a lot's being made of the appearance of that, and I'm struggling in my head to visualize what the appearance of that would be like. If it's white, it appears to me that it might actually fade quite into the background of the building because it's a white building. But if it's something that looks substantially different, then I can understand why it would be something that might stand out.
So, I don't think we do have a photograph of the Broad Street front. It's quite easy to describe, really, Councillor. It's very plain white, quite small laths, if you like, horizontally shutter.
PVC, steel?
I think it was aluminium or metal.
I beg your pardon, I was reading 6.
Chair, I have another question.
6.12. Go on, Councillor Smythe.
Following up on Councillor Vernon Jackson's question about the size of the Versadoc, I wonder why we haven't got any opinion from the Port Authority. I wonder if it's going to obstruct turning areas for any of the fishing boats or any of the other boats that use that part of the Canberra and might need to turn around in order to exit in a forward position out of what's a very tight dock. And I'm surprised we don't have a comment from the Port Authority.
Did the Harbour Master, he or she give a comment?
That's right. They didn't reply to this application, but on the previous they did, and this is the Queen's Harbour Master. They had no issues arising as there's no adverse impact on other water users or infringement on the safety of navigation.
But this is sticking out quite a large Versadoc into an area that could well be something that people rely on for turning.
1 moment, can I come to Ed, please?
Thank you. I've heard from the case officer, and I can confirm that the Versatop pontoon would measure 5.2 metres in length by 3.37 metres in width, if that helps clarify matters. Thank you.
Can I just follow on the question? So it'll just stick out from the building 5.2 metres, which is, I mean, it'd be helpful just to see what that looks like on the ground. It's quite.
Edward,
it is going to stick out into an area that boats might use for turning.
Edward,
is my point.
Could we have the aerial photograph, please? That's it. Well, no, the next one.
Previous application wasn't for something that was sticking out so far.
Councillor, I'm not a marine person at all, but with no objection from the Queen's Harbour Master, and I wouldn't have thought there was much need for other vessels to be turning down at that bottom corner of the camber. It's well away, for example, from the fishing vessels that I've seen before and so on. I think there's just a couple of domestic type berths, I think, next door.
Did we get a comment on this application?
Sorry, could you switch the mic on, please? Thank you.
Sorry. Did we actually get a comment on this application with the 5.2 metre extension?
No, but it's the same proposal physically as the last application, and the Queen's Harbour Master replied to the last application on the same Versadock pontoon. So at the top of page 8/24, you've got the Queen Harbour Master's comments of no adverse impact, no objection on the previous application, but that's exactly the same Versadock proposal.
Thank you. That's a clear answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
No, points covered.
Right, I don't see anybody wanting to ask any more questions. So members will go into a debate now about the matter. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. It seems to me there are the rules for conservation areas are that it's got to any change has got to improve the historic area because it's a historic area, and it seems to me that this is a very obvious building on a place that lots of people see because Feltham Row is a very heavily used footpath, and it's a boathouse. It has people living above, and it has a door so you can pull the boat in up the slipway and into a boathouse, and that's its historic use. And I'm concerned that, and I agree with the council officers, that to change that into just being yet another residential building harms the historic setting of the Camber. The Camber remains a working port, and actually, if we've not got very many locally listed buildings that reflect the history of the area, that it's a working dock, that to lose one to become yet just another residential building is disappointing and harms the historic setting of the whole area. So for that reason, I think my other big concern is we have lots of reports through the summer of antisocial behaviour relating to Feltham Row, with youngsters jumping into the water. Now, this is set back 4 foot from the footpath, with railings perfectly designed to be able to climb up onto and then jump onto this pontoon. This planning application would seem to me to provide a really good platform for antisocial behaviour, and the poor people who are going to live there are going to have masses of kids all over this all summer, because it's been designed in a way, it would appear, that it's really accessible for anybody to jump onto it. Personally, I think the officers are right to say that we should refuse on grounds that it hurts the conservation area because it takes a historic building and it loses its historic character and just makes it yet another residential building. But I would be very concerned in terms of the rise in antisocial behaviour that would be associated with creating this floating platform in the Camber for kids to jump onto. I'm sure that may not be a planning reason to turn it down, but the reason in terms of the change to the conservation area is the reason given by the officers in the report, and I would agree with them. So I'm happy to propose that we accept the officer recommendation to refuse this application.
Okay. Anybody else have an alternative view? Councillor Atkins.
I don't know if it's going to be a completely alternative view. I don't know if I'm going to finish with a proposal or not. I would say I'm sort of in a position of almost being open to persuasion on this, except for the legal test. I don't myself see vast harm in this proposal, because I think the opening is somewhat retained. I think the Versadock, if this was just the Versadock and the shutter, I'm not sure I would have a problem with it, because the The shutter is, I can see, potentially a valuable security feature and can be opened and closed, and the visibility is there when the shutter is open, and because the building is white and the shutter is white, I can see it blending in my head, depending on, I suppose, its actual end appearance. The Versa dock, I do think this is a working dock, and I do think if that is the best solution to the belief of the property owner for maintaining a boat at that property in modern times, I do think that we should give consideration to how people, want to use the dock as a dock and allow them, especially if there are Versa docks in other locations. However, I do accept that the sealing off of the opening and the fact you can take a boat into the boathouse does change the historical character of the building, and I do see some harm to the historical asset there, though I feel a lot of sympathy for the applicant. It sounds to me like the local listing of this building is partially on the basis of work already done by the applicant to improve the building, and if we could go back and look at it how it was in the 1990s, maybe we wouldn't think that it did much harm to improve and upgrade it. But that's not the situation we're in today. It is locally listed. It has got an appearance which fits the historical character, and it is a boathouse, and so changing the frontage of the building not to allow a boat to go up the slipway, I think does create some harm. If I was allowed to say that I didn't think the harm was substantial and therefore give it permission, I think I probably would, but it appears to have to find some benefit to the public, and I'm not sure I see any tangible benefit to the public. I see a lot of benefit to the landowner, and in that sense I'm not sure I like the conservation rules, but on the test as it stands, I'm not sure I see it. But I don't personally think the Versa dock and the shutter are an enormous problem. I think that I agree with Councillor Byrne-Jackson about what children will do jumping on the pontoon, and I think the owner should think carefully about that, but I think it's probably our responsibility to create some better fencing arrangement to stop children jumping into this the camber, teenagers jumping into the camber, if that is indeed our footway, which it probably is. So I think that actually the obligation to deal with that falls on us, not the applicant. But I think the applicant should think carefully about the fact that people will climb on this pontoon, because I think they would. I'm close on this application. I would be open to persuasion either way, I think. But my issue at the moment is I don't see any vast benefit to the public in doing this. And I do see some harm in the loss of the ground floor as a functional boatyard. But I don't think I'm at the point yet where I'm making a proposal to give it permission. So.
Well, everybody's had a lot of questions and good go. I agree with Councillor Byrne-Jackson, and I'm going to second the officer's report. So in the absence of any further debate, I go to the officers, see if they want to ask or make any other comments.
I think the only last observation that occurs to me is how often the shutter, if approved, would be open or not, because the appreciation of the aperture and the volume and depth of the building is important. The agent has said, I think, when his client is away, I'm just trying to see what he actually said, and at night, but we would have to consent about whether, if there's no control over that, it could be shut at all times, is what I'm trying to say. So there would have to be some control if we wanted to regulate that by way of a condition, for example.
Yeah, I suspect we'll see an application of some sort come back, but in a different form.
Which I'm not recommending, it's just to address the point.
No, but the treatment of where the tarpaulin is could be improved for sure. Anyway, there we are.
Chair, can I clarify a point?
Yeah, Kieran.
In Councillor Vernon-Jackson's discussion, he talked about antisocial behaviour and queries, I think, to the planning officers whether or not that might be a material reason that could constitute a reason for refusal in itself. Could you give some advice on that, please?
Gentlemen, can we put that in as well, because of what occurs at the camber?
About security, did you say?
Well, I think it's the prevention of crime.
Yeah, thank you, Kieran. It is potentially a planning matter. if that had occurred to us perhaps previously, we might have sought the views of the police crime advisor, but we don't have those views. I think Councillor Atkins has mentioned dealing with the railings and so on could be another way of controlling access, at least from Feltham Row. So we don't have a great deal of evidence or other people's opinions on this, like the police, to base a second reason for refusal on as it stands today. So I wouldn't personally recommend that today.
So what do you want to do, Councillor Burney-Jackson?
I think the thing to do is to keep it nice and simple and just keep it to the recommendations as the officer report about the setting within the conservation area and the historic nature.
On page 29 of the agenda.
So I'd leave it at that for the minute.
Okay. There we are, members. That's the proposal. There's no other proposal around. All those in favour of the officer's report, please raise their hands. So I take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour. And any abstentions or objections, or one abstention? Thank you, Councillor Stagg. Okay, so that is refused. So quickly on now to item number 2. Thank you for... Beg pardon? You want to...
Shall I finish, Councillor Smith?
Yes.
Thank you very much indeed.
Chair, just to say in terms of, there is another meeting in this room at 2 o'clock. So we've been going for almost an hour and a bit.
Well, that was very badly organised.
Maybe so.
We won't be moving from here at 2 o'clock. Was he there?
He wasn't waiting immediately outside the door. Councillor Symes will just give him a quick ring, if that's all right.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. So on to item number 2 then. Who's doing this one, gents? Ed, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. This is linked applications. I'll take each one separately. 20/01330 full. They're both at the Royal Naval Club and Royal Albert Yacht Club, 17 Pembroke Road. The planning application is to convert the second floor of the building into 3 two-bed apartments, and the linked listed building application, which I'll describe separately later, is for the internal alterations to the Grade 2 listed building that is the club, to facilitate that development. There is a supplementary matter on this item, and there will be a deputation from Mr. Toomey, who is chairman of the club, after this. The supplementary matter relates to comments I received from the Conservation Officer following the publication of the agenda, and they are set out in full verbatim within the supplementary matter. I don't propose to read them out, but I can do if that is required. Suffice to say that the conclusion from the Conservation Officer is that to support the application, on balance and having particular regard to the economic imperatives which have driven the submission, the need for the club to develop novel and ongoing sources of revenue to help ensure the building's long-term maintenance and repair, I am satisfied that the scale and impact of the proposal is sufficiently limited in the context of the building overall to make the proposal acceptable in conservation heritage terms. In light of this, it is considered that the proposal should be granted listed building consent and planning permission. We also had a letter from the chairman of the club, Mr. Toomey, but I think he'll probably cover the points in more detail than is set out in the SMAT. So, going back to the presentation, the club is Grade 2 listed, and was listed in 1972, and I believe is the only Royal Naval Club currently in existence. This photograph shows the front elevation of the club taken from near the Royal Garrison Church, and this is an aerial view with the red line boundary inset showing the outline of the club and its curtilage. There are no changes proposed to the ground floor and nor to the first floor, which will continue in use as the club's principal function rooms. The changes occur at the second floor, and here I have highlighted on the right hand of the two plans shown. So the left hand shows the existing second floor layout, the right hand shows the proposed layout, and I've highlighted with the speech bubbles the modifications and removals to existing staircases that are currently in the building. It should be borne in mind, I think, that the building was previously two properties that were amalgamated years ago to form the current club as it is now. The staircases were part of the sort of to enable the club to be serviced from the kitchens in the basement, etc., to the upper floors. And in order to facilitate the three apartments, they have to be removed. There was some debate with Historic England as to the significance of those staircases, but they are satisfied that to go with the advice of the council's conservation officer on that. So it is the conversion of the second floor to 3 two-bed apartments, and then associated cycle and refuse facilities out in the external parts. The 3 apartments would provide internal floor areas that exceed the minimum floor areas as set out in the nationally described space standards. No additional windows are proposed. It's noted from the representations received that there were concerns regarding overlooking and loss of privacy, but officers considered that the proposed situation would be no worse than the existing. Suitable provision of refuse and secure cycle storage will be provided in the rear courtyard. And again, concern was raised by local residents with regard to car parking and the pressures that currently exist in the locality. Following the submission of a parking survey during the course of the application, it's identified that there is sufficient spare capacity within the local controlled parking zone, and that residents will be able to purchase the necessary permits. There are no changes to the existing front elevation. 2 windows are proposed to be blocked up to the rear with facing brickwork and mortar to match the existing. Second floor windows are to be replaced with double glazed white painted timber windows to match the existing style. Moving on, there are again no changes to the roof of the building, and that shows the elevations of the building. We have the front elevation, we have the rear elevation, and again the speech bubble there is to highlight that 2 of those windows will be obscurely glazed. And that ends the presentation on the planning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Mr. Toomey, sir, we're going to take the 2 votes together.
Sorry, it's me, Chair. I stand corrected actually on the order of deputations. In the first instance, those objecting to the application will speak. Those in support will speak second. The applicant or their agent would speak third, and a ward councillor would speak fourth.
And in this case, all we've got is the applicant, as far as I can see.
Excellent. But yeah, as a point of information.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Mr. Toomey, sir, do you want to start? We're going to do the 2 votes afterwards, so we're going to combine it all together as best we can, but we'll take the 2 votes separately, Kieran.
Yeah, Chair, I believe the officer wishes to run through the Planning Commission first, vote, and then give a separate presentation on the listed building. I'm looking at the officer who's now shaking his head.
Happy to go with the Chair, obviously.
Well, that wasn't the advice we had at the pre-agenda.
As in, you can do it either way, really.
Okay, well, we'll put them both together because, obviously we're keen to get out and see if we can not get in the way of anyone else. Mr. Toomey, do you want to carry on, sir?
Right, well, thank you for this opportunity to make this deputation regarding our planning application, which, as you know, we submitted a year ago. You've already got all the reports, the documentation, so I'm not going to add to that. But a little bit of background. The club and building date back to 1870. Admiral Jellicoe, Beatty, Captain Scott of the Antarctic, Sir Alec Rose were all members. 19 of our members also have been awarded Victoria Crosses over the time. Here goes the impassioned part. To me, it is the most significant and attractive building in Old Portsmouth. I think it's absolutely stunning. I've been involved on a personal basis in various positions for running the club for nearly 20 years. When I first joined, the whole place was very dilapidated, both outside and inside. The last 5 of these years, I've been the chairman. You will appreciate that this is an unpaid position. I say this because I carry out this role because I absolutely love the club and building. Prior to the pandemic, we invested £50,000 on refurbishing the front. You will have all remembered the scaffold was up for ages. And then we refurbished the rooms on both the ground and first floors. The expectation that these measures would quickly increase our business and our finances, but it was not to be. The pandemic came just as we were ready to launch the new club, and that gave us significant financial losses. And I say this because we put the planning application in 1 year ago. That second floor used to be office tenants, but of course, as soon as they saw the planning application, they went. So we lost another £19,000 worth of income there because they've all gone. So it's virtually, we got one tenant now. Nevertheless, during this time, we have increased our membership due to the new look, and we're very optimistic about the future. However, our finances now, we need to spend about 40,000 at least on the back of the building. No, only the people living at the back would see that, but to make sure we've got a substantial building. And we desperately now need to modernise the fire precautions. So myself and the board looked at, we had really 3 options. One is another planning application to be considered at a later date. That would be a boutique hotel. That would give us income all the time. And all our profit is spent on the building. The other one is the 3 apartments that we're discussing today, considering. And our third option, if we can't do these, we will have to sell to a developer, because it would be a very prestigious building for a developer to develop. So at the moment, this is no longer crucial for me and the board and the club, but it's critical. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Is the FUPA representative here today? Mr. Swinburne? Yes, sir. You weren't on my list here.
I'm not making a representation. We made a representation to the response to the officers. Professionally, I've got an issue about the parking survey, but your office is satisfied with the parking survey, so I'm not making any representations.
All right, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Members then, questions? Councillor Atkins.
I don't know if it's necessarily relevant planning consideration, but I did wonder about the parking as well. It said there are 17 available spaces within walking distance. Well, it's a parking zone. Do we know if it's over or under subscribed, and is that relevant in our policies at present?
I don't have information on whether the zone is under or oversubscribed, except that I'm told that there are permits available to purchase, and that in terms of parking stress, which is the test here, that there is adequate space to accommodate the 6 additional cars or so that would be generated by the 3 apartments.
Okay then, so the club is important. The building is important. What we're looking at today from the outside is alteration to two small windows. The inside, a staircase that's already been compromised, and that's about it. So the harm caused is quite negligible, so I'm going to remove the officer's report. Is there a seconder anywhere? Wow. Actually, if Councillor Symes that got their... Yes, it's the Symes and the Smythes. So Councillor Symes got there first of all, I beg your pardon. So there you are. It's officers, any other comments before we move to the vote? Nope, there's no more comments. So there we are. It's proposed, it's seconded. We're going to move.
Just if I can just double check, you are now moving to a vote on the planning permission only, in line with the officer's recommendation and the conditions that are attached to that recommendation. Yes.
Chair, could you have your microphone so we...
Thank you very much. We've got the alterations of the doors and windows, etc. That was covered in the officer's original report to the committee. I'm going to move that report. Is it seconded? Jolly good. Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. That time, all those in favour, please show. And that's again unanimous. Thank you, members. You've got your planning permission, sir. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, Mr. Swinburne. So we're on to 49. Anna.
I've just checked, Chair, and there's no other meetings planned for this room today.
But I'm sure Councillor Vernon Jackson is very wise, knows differently.
My agenda says it is. But they just might not have told you. It's all right, I'm getting it moved.
What meeting is it?
I'm getting it moved. It's the Falklands 40. So it's all right. It's under control. What's an EMR? Ear, nose and throat. Oh, okay.
Anyway, that's sorted, so we can all relax. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson, for looking after us there. 49 Oriel Road, gentlemen, who is doing? Ezzy, over to you, Ezzy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would love to draw members' attention to officers' comments in the SMART and also to the deputies' objections that is also included there. So there will be three, I believe, deputies, Henry Top, Taki Jaffa, and Councillor Wimas, I believe. Can I have the first slide, please? Thank you. The application is for the proposed change of use from one dwelling house under use class C3 to purposes falling within class C3 and class C4, where it's house in multiple occupation. The application relates to a two-story mid-terrace property located on the south side of Oriel Road. Next slide, please. And that is the property marked out in red. Next slide, please. The plan here showing the existing and proposed floor plans. The internal accommodation would comprise on the ground floor a bedroom to the front room, a kitchen and utility room to the mid section of the property, and then to the rear you have the dining room and conservatory with a WC attached to the conservatory to the rear. Onto the first floor, you have 3 bedrooms and a bathroom, a shared communal bathroom. The proposal consists of 4 bedrooms. However, in planning terms, C4 use would allow for occupation up to 6 individuals. The room sizes have been assessed against the space standards for a 6-person HMO. The room sizes will meet the size standards for 6-person HMO and exceed the size standards for 4-person HMO. Next slide, please. Just to quickly summarize, the policy PCS20 of the Portsmouth plan will only allow states HMOs will only be permitted where there's not already an imbalance in HMO within a specific area, and that's within a 50-mile radius of the application. The HMO also states
just for the record, I think that's 50 meters, not
yes.
50 miles.
Sorry,
indeed.
Apologies, councillors. Apologies. 50 meters radius of the application site. Next slide, please. And that's the street view of the of Oriel Street, and we can note the application building is just the second to the left of the screen. Thank you. In terms of neighbor amenity, the proposal will result in the existing C3 dwelling being used for purposes falling within Class C3 and Class C4. It is therefore considered that the intensity of the use would not be significantly altered by the proposal, as the proposal would accommodate a similar number of occupants. Officers have also considered in terms of the parking provision, and in light of the standard set between the parking SPD and the view of the level of occupation with the HMO, is now considered to significantly be greater than the occupation of a property as a C3 dwelling house. It's therefore considered that an objection on parking standards alone could not be sustained on appeal. Next slide, please. Next slide. This slide shows the property as it is. It shows the living room and the kitchen. Next slide. You have the rear garden, which had surfaced, and the dining room, which leads on then to the conservatory. Next slide. And that's the conservatory stroke sunroom, and we could see the landscape garden further in the background. And there again shows the communal bathroom and one of the bedrooms facing Orion Road. Next slide. Members, if I might draw your attention to something I believe is quite important, is the space standards for the rooms being provided in this HMO. All the rooms there are well above the 10-meter square meters. And in that consideration, that does have an impact or an implication for the open plan combined space. But in this instance, we do have the kitchen separate from the dining area and the conservatory area, which is just for information. The officer's recommendation to members is to grant conditional permission for this proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Right, so have we got any written deputations or not?
We do, Chair. The deputies are Henry Top, Taki Jaffa, and Councillor Weemas.
Okay, so have we got any, apart from Councillor Weems, have we got any of those people in the room? So that's Mr. Thorpe, I take it, and Mr. Jaffa there. Gentlemen, you got 12 minutes between you. Just remind me, it's the objectors first, followed by the applicant. Okay, so gentlemen, you've got 12 minutes behind you, and we'll be looking at the clock, and after 6 minutes, all right?
Chair, my understanding is that the 6 minutes, a ward councillor is on top of any 6 minutes for one way or the other. So there is 18 minutes between the three of them.
The ward council counts separately, so that the objections have got 12 minutes between them, 6 minutes each.
Yep.
If there had been 3, they would go down to like 3 or 4 minutes each, and then the councillor gets his or her own 6 minutes. Okay, Mr. Thorpe, fire away.
Fire away. Hello, thank you everyone for letting me make my deputation, and I just wanted to say that what I was trying to do is achieve something constructive in my 6 minutes. So having followed the planning applications in the locality for the last sort of 3 or 4 years, I've seen what's been happening to HMOs, and we have serious concerns. I raised a petition amongst the residents. I got 160 residents from 4 small roads that exist parallel to Oriel Road, which is Shadwell Road, Ophir Road, Wadham Road, and Oriel itself, which is in 2 county wards. And then basically what we wanted to do was try and get a pause on HMO applications and a rethink on HMO policy. Because if you take the officer's report, which I'm just about to go through, It contains a number of serious errors and a number of assumptions. At the moment, a lot of HMO applications are going through delegated responsibility, so this stuff isn't getting picked up. So if we start going through the plan and we start reading through it, my first main issue with this application specifically is that it's for C3 and C4 usage, which makes it very hard for you as a committee to make a proper decision on its usage, because there's a big difference between a family home and a HMO, even if it's got the same level of occupancy inside it. If we then look at the standards, the applicants asked for permission to have 4 people within the house, yet the officer has gone through and made a recommendation based on it taking 6 people in. So they're actively encouraging the house to be overdeveloped and over-occupied. If we then look into neighbouring impacts on neighbouring properties, one specific concern is that these houses are 110 years old, built to building standards that didn't exist. They're saying that there's no material difference between a family home and a HMO next to you. Well, a HMO regularly has 2 bedrooms in the loft, 7 toilets and bathrooms adjoining neighbouring properties, and then it has people permanently occupying the rooms. When I went round and did the survey of all the people, I would say of the 120 people, 119 of them were living purely on the ground floor when I knocked on the door, and 1 was in a home office in the loft. So it's just not true to say that it is. It's disappointing to see that housing haven't commented, considering how half of the solution to the current planning problems is actually to combine your powers that you've got under housing with those that you've got under planning, because neither of you seem to be able to fully control it with the powers that you've got, but if you combine them, you can achieve something meaningful that will make them acceptable to residents. Parking is regularly brought up. Parking is regularly dismissed by this committee. The parking policy is not fit for purpose. It clearly states within RSPD that you need to provide 25% extra parking for the house. All these officers' reports always compare a worst case family home to a best case HMO in terms of parking required. The simple fact is Oriel Road has 1 parking space per person outside of on-street parking. You have then given a dispensation to 17% of the houses in that street to have flat conversions, which means there's now 0.8 spaces per resident. You've then put in electric car parking spaces and disabled parking spaces that reduce it further, and the adjoining roads, which are Gladys Avenue and London Road, provide even less parking. So every single resident ends up parking by the school in Mayfield School, which is about a 7 or 8 minute walk away, and contributing to that area. What this council needs is a parking policy fit for purpose. If you look at other councils, they've defined the parking for student homes as 0. They put zones in the city centre where it's also at 0 because it's impossible to control. And in areas like Oriel Road, they've all set standards of between 0.6 and 0.8 parking spaces per bedroom, which to me is a logical policy. And then really, as a closing remark so that my colleague can carry on, I wanted to make the 3 main points, which are C3, C4 provides you problems. There is no, the main problem that you've got is that this is a large family home, it's well decorated, it's well opposed, it's perfectly acceptable to be rented as a family home, and the only reason it isn't is due to the greed of the owner. This city has a drastic shortfall of family homes. You have 4,300 HMOs agreed. You have 20% of the houses already subdivided in the street into flats. And on top of that, you also have increasing numbers of free HMOs as the students move out of them in the south of the city, as they move into purpose-built office accommodation as it's being repurposed. And you also have a large number of residential and former shops being converted into flats. So the demand that this house is trying to meet under C4 doesn't exist, yet the demand does exist for family homes. My final statement is that the real problem with HMOs, which no one is actually against, by the way, is the overdevelopment of these properties. If you were to take a 3-bedroom house and turn it into a 3-bedroom HMO, you wouldn't have the social problems that you're creating by allowing these developments, and you wouldn't have the same residential backlash against them. The HMOs that are already in Oriel Road, one went through delegated responsibility and wasn't discussed, and the other one doesn't have planning permission, it's only got licensing. If you look at those developments, they've already caused crime on the street, they've had armed police in the street, they've had a stabbing in the street, and this is why you're getting the problems. There was a report done for a house in St Chad's where it clearly identified that there was 10 times more social issues with HMOs. Please consider limiting the scope of the HMOs using the power that you have. You have the ability to publish the addresses of all the landlords, you have the ability to limit the number of rooms, and you have the ability to limit the number of occupants. At the moment, the one question that I would ask one of the committee members to raise is what is meant by, unless otherwise agreed, this shall be done in accordance with location plan blank, blank, blank. Because that's what it says. But if you ask planning enforcement, which I have done 7 times, what that actually means, does that mean the plan shown, or does it mean a 7-bedroom HMO with a super dormer on the back, and actually what the type of accommodation that you're trying to discourage? Because if you're micromanaging all the HMO applications, yet planning enforcement aren't addressing these problems or enforcing them, then there's no point having the planning conditions in place. And I think that's all that I've got to say. But I just wanted to say that I do appreciate the jobs that you guys do. I'm very impressed with the chair, and particularly Councillor New, who in particular often pick up on the minor details of these applications. And I would encourage you all to work together to create a better HMO policy. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Right, we spent the last, we spent the last decade, it seems, trying to make it better and better, but I don't think we can go through that this morning. Very happy to have a meeting with you and officers about this if we want to arrange that and see what can be done about some of the interesting points that you made. All right? So if you'd like to email me, we'll start that ball rolling. Mr. Jefferson.
Good afternoon, everybody. I've worked with Portsmouth City Council and the local authority for many, many years, having lived here for over 50 years. I've lived in Oriel Road for over 20 years now, and I've seen the changes that has taken place within the road. When I moved there, the family feel was incredible. Everybody talked to everybody. That is rapidly diminishing. There are too many flats and HMOs and care-related homes within that road. My son and his wife, who were living with me originally, they're both GPs. They had to move out because of their jobs, and that when they return, there is no parking for them to park. I know your planning officer said parking is not an issue, but I'm sure that if you did a survey of anybody in Oriel Road, Shadwell Road, or any of those roads nearby, you will find that parking is a serious issue, especially for myself. I feel unsafe walking at home at night through those streets because I have to park 10-15 minutes away. And as my colleague said, a lot of the crime related in that road has been directly linked to HMOs, including a stabbing which had the trailer brought straight into a HMO. Also, from what I understand, and I stand to be corrected, I believe that you have a duty of care to provide a family home within the city for every home that you remove from that area. I stand to be corrected. But also, the drains, etc., we know they are very old and they're very archaic. When you put in multiple HMOs, and from what I can see, there are other applications in progress or in place to put more HMOs in Oriel Road. I would seriously ask you to consider limiting the numbers of people within those HMOs, as my colleague has advised. And also, if you are going to just blankly reflect on the 10% rule, then what is the purpose of the deputations and of the actual planning taking place? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jaffer. And before we go to sorry, Councillor Weems, I beg your pardon. You've got 6 minutes, Councillor.
Do I just give my deputation and leave the room?
Yes.
For clarification. Okay, thank you. I just want to echo the deputy's comments. Oriel used to be a quiet road with a strong community of like-minded families and residents. However, this has changed drastically over the years with the influx of flat conversions and more recently large-scale HMOs. Several residents have written to me to express their concern and anger that many of these developments have been signed off without a second thought to those who live nearby. Even within a well-managed HMO, there are negative consequences in the form of removing good family housing stock, an increase in the local population in an already highly populated area, the lack of parking provision, an increase in nitrates due to population density, and more relevant given the current climate, the limitation of the sewage and drainage systems in these areas. Further, when a HMO is not well managed, and which is sadly the case of many, the negative consequences are endless. Specifically regarding Oriel, where there are several HMOs, neighbours of these developments have witnessed one stabbing, regular loud fights, visits from emergency services, waste piled high in front of gardens, unattended gardens in the rear which attract vermin, and continuous drug use, with residents' gardens filled with the smell of cannabis throughout last summer. This isn't right, and PCC should be listening to residents. I have here today a petition signed by the residents of Oriel, Shadwell, Alfear and Wadham Road, who have come together to stand against these developments. There's 160 signatures on this petition. That's 160 people who are against these types of applications. Plus, understand that residents are also not against HMOs if they are needed and if the rooms in the house are used similarly to how a family would use them, which again isn't the case with these applications. We can all agree this wouldn't be such a problem if if each room was used in such a way, but when a landlord is stuffing 6, 7, 8 and sometimes as high as 10 people into a small space, how can we justify that? How can these people have a good standard of living if they are sharing space with 9 other people? The simple answer is they can't. No one wins from these developments apart from the landlords, who know they can make an easy couple of grand a month from very little work. Finally, there is an error in the report which again is being put into the report today regarding the 50-metre radius. 78 Oriel Road sits within the 50-metre radius. It's confusing to residents and it's confusing to me why this wasn't picked up upon. I understand it's gone to planning committee, but if you're already saying, oh, there isn't one at 50-metre radius, then it's confusing. Further to that, you have other applications which, yes, they sit outside the 50-metre radius, but they're not far at all. There's one at 23 Oriel Road, there's one at 49 Oriel Road, there's one at 78 Oriel Road, there's one at 15 Shadwell, 84 Shadwell, 38 Alfear Road and 73 Alfear. It isn't sending the right message to residents. Thank you.
Okay, members. Well, the point is we could rip up our 50-metre radius rule if members wanted, but it would open the floodgates to these sorts of developments. I can assure you of that. In Southampton, I believe it's 20%. So we're really very tight here, and it is a protection, whether people agree or not. It actually is a strong protection for residents. We did try doing it going down a street, which was brought in by Mr. Hancock, but that was rejected by the planning inspector. So everything we do around planning, it has to be agreed by the planning inspector, and to maintain mixed and balanced communities, the planning inspector, after a great deal of persuasion, accepted our proposition of the 50-metre radius 10% rule, and I think we would be very unwise to rip it up and throw it out. Anyway, there we are. Members, questions to the officers? There are going to be a few, I know. Councillor Vernon Jackson got there just first, then Councillor Symes, then Councillor Stagg, and then Councillor Atkins. Councillor Symes.
Yes, are we still doing it on a circular radius? Is that the way it's done?
Yes.
I find that rather confusing because it can have 2 places next door. I know there's no ideal way of doing it, but I always remember going into Margate Road and a lady there said, I have no neighbours. And she literally had no neighbours. She had students during term time. When they went home, she was alone. I just wondered if there's any other way that you said about going down the street. But it's very unfortunate when you end up with 6 people living in a house. This one only has 1 bathroom. Is that right? It has 1 bathroom.
That's correct, Councillor.
Yes.
So you may wish to make a proposition in due course that going down the street was considered by the planning inspector previously and he threw it out, and we came with this rule, which is, as far as I can see, right across the country, actually quite tight and an advantage for the city in sharing out, as it were, this responsibility.
There's also the rule about adjacent properties, isn't there?
Yes, so you can't have 3 in a row, for example. Not now. It's happened previously, I know, but you can't have 3 in a row. But that means sometimes somebody gets sandwiched and they're equally in a difficult position. But we can't really have a debate about that particular policy. Prepared to have a meeting with everybody involved, if they want to talk about the policy. To make sure everybody's voice is being heard and the concerns are being addressed as far as they possibly can be. So,
can I just raise one more thing? That noise and disturbance outside is really bad because half the time you can't hear properly what people are trying to say. Well, I don't know if we can close the windows. I don't know if that's allowed, but that noise is very distracting.
Members, I'll ask, do you want the windows open or closed? Open, obviously, because of the COVID problems. Do you want them open or shut? Hang on a minute.
Chair, they need to be open under the risk assessment that's in place.
Okay,
Security
so
would kindly go and have a word, but at the end of the day, it's on the footway. It's annoying, but...
Yeah. Thank you. I suspect someone's doing some work. Councillor Vernon-Jackson, let's go with the questions now, can we?
Yeah. Can I ask the planning officers, if I was in Fareham or Gosport or Havant and I wish to convert a house into an HMO, would I have to ask for planning permission, or can I just do it?
Thank you, Councillor. I think it would be based on what type of changes that you wish to make to the property itself. If it's on the use class, then the use class law would apply.
My understanding is we have to have an Article 4 directive, and that Portsmouth has done an Article 4 directive. Is that correct, Eze?
We do have Article 4 direction. What I'm not sure, but I can confirm later, Councillor, is whether it applies to this section of road. But we do have, yes.
So the Article 4 directive, if I can help you with planning policy, applies to the whole city. And I'm happy to give advice about planning policy if that's of help. My understanding as well is that there is no Article 4 directive in Gosport, Fareham and Havant, and therefore if you want to turn an ordinary family house into an HMO, you can just do it as you wish without needing to have any planning permission. It just happens. So if that's so, then there's an additional. Actually, so Kieran, can I ask you in terms of some planning advice? If we said no to this, what justifications could you give us for a refusal that would stand up to a planning inspector looking at this? Because it seems to be little point giving hope to residents that if we say no, the planning inspectorate isn't just going to rip that up and say that's fine. It seems to be patently dishonest to give people hope when there isn't. You give hope because, as I understand it, government policy allows people to property owners to convert to HMOs, and we can just limit the number to 10% in an area so we don't get an oversaturation. Kieran, am I right? Or can you give us some reasons to say no?
I'm a solicitor, not a chartered town planner, so I can't give planning advice, I give legal advice. I was nodding along in terms of what you were saying relevant to the Article 4 direction. Yes, in Portsmouth you do not have permitted development rights to go from a C3 typical dwelling house to a C4 HMO dwelling house by virtue of a particular ordinance that the council has put in place. what the situation is in other boroughs, yes, you're sketching the opinion, the position generally correctly. I don't know about the specific boroughs. I don't work for them. In terms of reasons for refusal, well, you have an officer's report in front of you, and I am the wrong person to start advising on the planning merits of a refusal, so I would defer that back to the officers.
Colleagues, planning officers, could you give us grounds that you think would be justifiable and defendable at appeal for turning this down?
None, Councillor.
Okay, so if I can help, that when you look at this, we must look at the internal configuration of the rooms as members. We must decide, for example, do we think the room sizes are big enough? Clearly the bedrooms are big enough for what is proposed, but the question remains, is the communal space big enough? And I think in this particular matter, it certainly appears to me to be different from many that we have thrown out. The communal space seems to be the correct size. What is a worry is the loos. I think there was, I'll come to you in just a moment, Councillor Smythe. There's a loo out in the conservatory. Do we think that's appropriate? And there's one bathroom which was raised earlier, I think, by Councillor Stagg. She mentioned it was Councillor Stagg or Councillor Smythe, Councillor Symes, I beg your pardon. So all the S's you see amongst the ladies. Yeah, one bathroom. So that you need, I think we'll have to form our debate about that and come to a reasoned judgment about this, on this occasion, about the amenities for the intended occupiers. I did have a list, and I beg your pardon, I forgot. We started with Councillor Giovanni Jackson, then I think it was Councillor Symes, then it was Councillor Stagg, and then it was Councillor Atkins. May I go to Councillor Symes, Councillor Giovanni Jackson, and come back to you afterwards?
I'm done.
All right.
So I think Councillor Symes and ourselves are both done, so you can move on to others.
Councillor Smythe.
Thank you, Chair. My question is about the, I've seemed to be coming to some of the same conclusions you're coming to about this, but I am concerned about whether or not we really can count the conservatory area as being part of the communal space. On the face of it, it looks like we should be counting that. Is it a traditional conservatory that you can't sit in the winter because it's too cold, or is it a substantial heatable part of the house that one could sit in and use?
Could you put the picture up, please?
In the winter, because I think that makes a difference. I know it's small, but it's still there. So it is a kind of, well, what's the planning officer judgment about how comfortably will you be sitting out there?
Well, we can see, can't we? Comment on the roof.
So if I could help, that's a polycarbonate roof which is uninsulated and therefore very cold in the winter. Because I have one just the same, and it's very cold.
So do I, and it's not that cold, but I think...
All right, and it doesn't look like there's any heating out then, from what I can see at the moment, from that picture anyway. Gentlemen, have you any comment on have you any answer to the issue that Councillor Smythe has raised about the roof, and can we consider that a part of the communal area when it may well not be livable in during the cold weather?
Thank you, Chair. What I wanted to confirm from the case officer is the level of heating that we have in the dining area, because that door there between the dining room and the conservatory, I believe, could potentially be left open, and whether that level of heating there could keep the conservatory in a reasonable state of warmth.
Well, I think they're more likely to close the doors. Councillor Stagg.
That was going to be my question. Is the conservatory insulated? I've got a conservatory similar to that. It's probably even better than that, because I've got walls on three sides, and you've just got the front and the roof. I've got a radiator in there, and you would need Arctic thermals to sit in there during the winter, and probably a bikini in the summer, because it's just, you couldn't live in it. So I want to know if that conservatory is
and I'll add on the internal doors are only single glazed. can we really count the conservatory? Do you know what the square metre of the conservatory is, separate to what's on page 55?
I think what is clear is it would be it is to be more than 3 metres, and therefore mean that the living area available would be below the space standard required.
So if we can, I would very much like to establish what it actually is before I come to Councillor Atkins, who is next on the
It
list.
would leave 4.67 or thereabouts metres squared, because it says in the bottom of the page that it's 4.67 metres squared that is the conservatory.
And perhaps the officers would kindly confirm or deny that. Sorry, Lynn, could you... Thank you. Can we have a bit of order? Do you mind? Thank you very much indeed. One person speaking at a time. We're waiting for a response from officers about the communal space minus what is the metre square of the conservatory.
Sorry, I'm just trying to confirm the details from the case officer, but I can't make out that from the plans that I'm seeing on the slide, please. Thank you.
The conservatory.
I believe the conservatory is 5 square metres.
So 5 square metres from 17 square metres leaves what? 12 square metres. Am I right?
Correct.
Yes, of course I'm right. So if we didn't count, members, the conservatory, then the communal space standards is lacking. But I suppose it's a definition of what you think is communal living space. It's seasonal, it would appear to be. Now, I've got Councillor Stagg. No, Councillor Atkins and Councillor Smith.
I'm going to start with the bathrooms, actually. So, do you have a picture of the upstairs bathroom in the property? The main bathroom?
I believe we do.
Yeah, it doesn't clearly show. Do you know, is there a shower in that room, or is it just a bath? Certainly see no signs of a curtain or a cubicle. The plans appear to me to show just a bath. It could be, yeah. You think...
Councillor, I believe it's just a bath from looking at the plan and also the photographs, part of the photograph that we just seen.
Yeah, it appears to me, I think the having an outdoor toilet, which is virtually what I consider is a lean-to toilet, is quite inadequate these days. If people want to choose to have it in a private home, they can, but that's more, I'll save that more for comment. But I also think not having a shower in an HMO of this size is quite inadequate. Is that a consideration? I don't think that's suitable for future occupants if there's no access to quick washing and efficient washing facilities. I think the idea that all 4 to 6 of those people would have a bath on a regular basis is not appropriate, and I don't know if that. To me, that seems like it would fall under suitability for future occupancy. I don't know what you would think.
Thank you, Councillor. My professional opinion would be that I would have no main concern with just one bathroom of that size for the number of bedrooms and occupants of the property, especially as we have a single WC on the ground floor. Thank you.
Just if I could follow up, one more question on that point. It's gone out of my head. It looks to me like there's absolutely no work being done on this property in terms of conversion other than putting in beds and an oven. Would you say that's correct in terms of what's happening here?
That would be the case, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith, then Councillor Smythe, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I was in agreement with Councillor Vernon Jackson, really. I was struggling to see why I would not approve this. What I would say is that, again, what Councillor Atkins has said is that there seems to be nothing happening to the property in terms of building changes or anything. And the conservatory being now coming into consideration, I wonder whether we could put a stipulation on it if that the conservatory is enhanced, and maybe then something could be done to the downstairs toilet as well.
Yeah, the officers would probably say, no, you can't do that. You've got to look at what you've got in front of you today, but I will get their advice about that.
Thank you, Chair. You're correct, Chair. We would have to consider what's in front of us. But if I might add, members, the combined space of the spaces there, especially if we were to look at the dining area, the dining area and the kitchen and utility, the combined area for under standards is 25 square meters. So if we were to take out the 5 square meters for the conservatory, and that would leave us 12 square meters. So if we still combine that with the kitchen and utility, we'll still come just above 25 square meters. So just that's something I might want to draw members' attention to.
Yeah, could you show us the ground floor plans again, please? So, which is the utility area, Ezzy? I can't see it. I can see the dining.
The utility room or space would be just after the kitchen, that's after the front bedroom. So you're coming from the ground floor through the passage there, and you will see the utility space there.
Yeah, the trouble is, Ezzy, we've considered these things so many times before, and the planning inspectors tended to agree with us, so far as I can make out, that this is a utility space, not a communal area. It's done for washing. You don't sit down there and put the TV on and so on and relax. And that's what we've been going on for such a long time now. The dining area is quite clearly communal space, but we're concerned about the conservatory, which was offered up first of all as part of the communal space. So I think that's the problems that we have with it. Certainly I do anyway. Councillor Smythe.
Given that so many HMOs nowadays have en suites, do we have plans to amend our standard for the bathroom ablutions? And I really struggle to see how 6 people are going to get out to work clean and tidy in the morning if they've all got to use the bath. We used to struggle trying to find enough water when we only had a bath in our house, and I think it's not going to work. But is there a standard that would guide us on that we could use? Because it's not all about size, in my view, it's about what's there.
I think this is what happens when we look at the internal configuration and the intended occupiers in the future and their amenities. This is why we have been rejecting quite a number. So we have the power to do it if you want to do it. The planning inspector has frequently agreed with what we have said, but I don't suppose he or she will always agree with us. It's on a case-by-case basis, the way I see it.
I mean, the utility room is certainly not somewhere where you go and sit. It relieves the pressure on the kitchen a bit. That would have been a possible place also to have a shower. Because you could have that alongside washing machines and things. I think this hasn't been really thought out very well, and the result, in my mind, is substandard, although it's more marginal than often.
Sure. So we kind of strolled into debate, and that's partly my fault. I beg your pardon. Councillor Smith, you had a question. So now we're going to debate then, everybody. Councillor Vernon Jackson, then Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Chair. And I started this on the basis I couldn't see a reason to turn it down that would be sustainable. And I really don't think we should say no to something knowing that government policy says that the planning inspector will have to say yes to it. We're just trying to make people happy for a short term, knowing they'll be disappointed eventually. But actually the debate's been really helpful and really useful, and my thanks to everybody for it, because it seems to me we now have a sustainable reason to say no. This is substandard. It is absolutely clear, and thanks colleagues for pointing out that the conservatory being counted as something that people can use as communal space, and we must think communal space has to be available 12 months of the year. That isn't available 12 months a year for people to use, because it just won't be usable, because it'll be absolutely freezing. And therefore I think we've got a justifiable reason to turn this down, because this is not good quality. This is just somebody trying to make a lot of money. And even though government policy is really difficult and really restricts what we can do, I think we've got a justifiable reason for turning this down. So I'm sorry, I have changed my view during the debate, and I think we can turn this down in an honest way, thinking that the inspector will support us, and therefore I think we should turn it down because it hasn't got enough space that is habitable 12 months of the year. I think the point about only one bathroom as well for 6 people is well made. I don't know if that fits with our policy, but we've got a space standard which we've got numbers on, which is a justifiable reason, and we heard from Eze at the beginning of the meeting that the planning inspector had agreed with us with changing to a super HMO because the space standard wasn't right. So if that worked for that case on Hudson Road, I think it should work for this case on Oriel Road. So I'm happy to propose that we refuse planning permission because the communal space is substandard, because it would not be available for people living there 12 months of the year. I think we could also add that we think just having one bathroom for 6 people, again, is having a substandard accommodation, but I'll happily take advice about whether that's justifiable or not.
Sure. I have a form of words. I said this application is detrimental to the future amenities of intended occupiers. I'm sure Karen is listening, will tighten it up, that the communal space is inadequate, and currently the current proposal puts in the conservatory, which is at best seasonal, Kieran, it's unheated, and there are inadequate bathroom and washing facilities, such as communal space, washing facilities. Remember, it's a wretched application. It truly is a wretched application, a bit of a chancer.
Chair, could I ask, I wouldn't refer to, if we say that the conservatory is unheated, they could just put a radiator in and say we've addressed that.
I've said that the
because it's not possible to heat it in an environmentally sound way, because it's all glass and polycarbonate, and it would
absolutely. If it was a brick building, a proper brick building, would be different. I'll come to you guys, and I'm quite. It is a wretched application, it's a chancer application, and so far as other things which he's gone now. Mr. Thorpe talked about regards things going under delegated powers. For a long time, nearly 2 years, we brought every single HMO to the planning committee. It meant the planning committees went on all day, but not for that reason, but because we tightened up on them, because we got wise to them, the officers have understood better what it is we are expecting and the higher standards that we are expecting. If it is the members' wish that HMOs all come back to us in the way that Mr. Thorpe and I think Councillor Weems touched on, that's a matter for members to tell me about. But I don't think it's necessary, and I'll tell you why. Because all of these applications are advertised on the Members' Information Service, and every councillor can see that, and every councillor has the opportunity to still call it in the way Councillor Weems has done and has been doing for quite some time, and the benefit is there. So I don't think we need to do that. Okay, that's me done. So there's a proposition there, Kieran. Have you been able to tighten it up, or do you want a bit more time?
Right, there's a couple of points there, Chair. I take it you're proposing...
Well, I've created a form of words for Councillor
I'm very happy to second the proposal from the Chair.
Okay, so what I will then ask for, I have taken notes, but I'd ask for a 10-minute adjournment to discuss
Indeed.
with
So
town
members,
officers
I
to guide
expected
that.
this, we'll adjourn for 10 minutes, then anyone's got a crashing question, which is fortunate because the officers would like a break as well. So we'll kill two birds with one stone. Councillor Smith.
So I was going to say that probably very clear with the residents as well that if we put this form of words, wait and see what it is, of course, but the proprietor could come back and strengthen the conservatory, make good the toilet facilities, bathroom down there very easily, and come back with that proposal.
If that happened, we'd have to see what it did.
Just being clear though, because we said earlier about
absolutely. I don't know where Mr. Thorpe is now. His coat's still there, but he's probably out with Councillor Wings. But the point is that we have got really strong policies in this city. We really have, better than most other places because of our experiences with this. But if anybody's got anything else they want to add to it, they can go and speak to the East St Thomas Residents Forum because they have a lot of experience in this too. Okay, so we're adjourning now for 10 minutes. Thank you very much for your forbearance. Right, members, can I call us back to order, please? So we're going to hear from the legal secretary first of all. With the form of words that we'll be using to probably vote on.
Are we back on, Anna? Brilliant, thank you. Okay, so during that adjournment, I've liaised with my planning colleagues to come up with a form of words to give effect to the motion that Councillor Hunt, as the Chair, has proposed, has been seconded by Councillor Vernon Jackson. I'll read that out, and if they're agreeable to it. Apologies. So I will read out this motion and then seek, first from Councillor Hunt and then Councillor Vernon Jackson, confirmation that they're happy with it, or otherwise there'll be a bit of debate as to amending it. So the form of words that we have is that the conservatory and the utility room are functionally poor for inclusion as part of the communal space, falling significantly short of the council's adopted standard, having a detrimental effect on the amenity of future occupiers.
Some members wanted to put in, some members mentioned about the washing facilities. Was that considered when you talked to the officers, Kieran?
Now, as they may jump in on this point, because I don't think it's been relayed to you directly, officers might be minded to recommend a condition that would restrict occupation to 5 persons to bring it within the SPD guidance. Now, the approach that would be taken in a refusal situation is that you only impose conditions to overcome reasons for refusal. The imposition of a 5-person condition would obviously not overcome the communal space issue. Therefore, it's something that can be put forward to the inspectorate if this is refused, but it's not going to constitute a reason for refusal from the council at this time.
Okay then, Ezzy. You can put a condition restricting it to 5 persons in the current circumstances.
I have no concerns about putting that condition if we are minded to approve it, but we're going with a refusal.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right then, members. Councillor Stagg.
Yes, couldn't you say there that we feel that the bathroom is inadequate for 6 people? I think to actually explain why we...
The truth is, when the planning inspector gets this, if it goes off to appeal, he or she will look at all the circumstances again and may well add on their own narrative to it as well. But this is something that we can, it's strong. Anybody else? Councillor Atkins?
Yeah, I was going to say in brief comment that I wouldn't have necessarily included the washing facilities in a reason for refusal. I think the communal space shouldn't include that conservatory, and some things should be done to deal with the downstairs bathroom. It's more, I think, in my comment I would have mentioned it for the reason that Councillor Smith raised, that I'm not minded to refuse every HMO. I think this is a poor quality one because no work is being done to improve the standard of the current accommodation to accommodate the future HMO occupants. I think there need to be improvements to the conservatory, the downstairs toilet, and I think there need to be showering facilities given the current environmental requirements and the ability of people to wash properly. And so if the applicant wants to redevelop and resubmit, those are things I think I would expect to see if I was going to approve it in the future. So it's actually more for the benefit of the applicant that I would have mentioned that, but refusing it today is because of the conservatory not being, and the utility room not being adequate communal space.
Yeah, very wise advice. Okay, so there we are. The proposition is there. I've moved it. Councillor Vernon Jackson has seconded it. Can we please vote on the proposition? That's unanimous. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay then, so we're going on now to page 59, 43 on the reports page, 15 Oyster Street, and this is Dr. Lloyd. Thank you, madam. And so the officers will introduce the report, then you'll get 6 minutes to make a deputation. Have you seen how we've run things already? Sorry we've been so long.
May I request that I go second after the objections? as none of the objections online have been raised after the amendment. So this is my first opportunity to hear objections to the amendments.
Yes, the objectors can speak first. So you're the applicant. Yes, the objectors will speak first.
Okay, so Mr Swinburne, you'll be going first, and are there any written deputations in this or not? It doesn't look like it. Okay, let's get on then. Who's doing it? Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Chairman. Members. Yes, application 1901-356 HOU 15 Oyster Street, as set out in your agenda, is a proposal to construct a single-storey rear extension.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Councillor Weems isn't in his place. Is that all right? Because I don't want to be disappointed when he comes in and finds us halfway through. Yeah.
He wasn't immediately stood outside. Can I give him a very quick phone call?
So I think Dr. Lloyd and Mr. Swinburne have been waiting a long time now, so I think we need to get on. Okay, let's go, gents.
Thank you, Chairman. Right, so yes, I've described the application reference and the address. It's a proposal to construct a single-storey rear extension and creation of a roof terrace, including installation of glass balustrading. There are no supplementary matters to report, and there will be deputations following this. The application is brought to Planning Committee following a request made by Councillor Wood and a deputation request by a local resident. This slide shows the street view of the property, and this one shows the application site highlighted in with the red boundary, red line. It's a mid-storey, three-storey mid-terrace townhouse located to the west of Oyster Street. It's set back from the highway with an open garden forward of the dwelling, and to the rear of the property is an enclosed garden. It's in a predominantly residential area, although directly to the east is the Grade 1 listed Portsmouth Cathedral. This slide shows the existing and proposed elevations, existing on the top and the proposed elevations with the balustrading and the rear extension shown at the bottom. The height of the existing house is 8.6 metres above ground level, and that would increase to 9.2 to the top of the balustrade if approved. These show the existing and proposed floor plans with the balustrading set in as amended during the course of the application rather than at the edge of the roof. The rear extension would extend across the width of the property and be 1.7 metres in depth with a maximum height of 2.7 metres and would be finished in facing brickwork to match the existing dwelling. This shows the surrounding area with examples of existing roof terraces. This next slide has been provided by the applicant and shows how it would look from street level. There's, in that photograph, a board being held at 1.1 metres high, set back from the parapet 1.25 metres, with image of proposed clear glass guardrail superimposed, indicating how much would be visible from ground level. The next slide shows the existing rear elevation, where the proposed single-storey rear extension would be sited. The full planning considerations are set out in the officer report with a recommendation that permission is granted. Thank you.
So, Mr Swinburne, over to you. So you've got 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for the opportunity to make a representation on this application on behalf of the Friends of Old Portsmouth Committee. Bearing in mind this application, this application is taken to come to the committee, I do hope all the other objectors were informed. I say that as one of the many submissions from the omissions from the report was an objection by the cathedral. It's not mentioned in the report, and when I contacted them, they were unaware of the application and the modifications to the application. Whilst other objectors did object to the construction of a single-storey extension, FUP's objection only relates to the construction. I think the word creation of is a pretty generous description of the roof terrace. The roof terrace will overlook the west door of the cathedral, Portsmouth Anglican Cathedral, and it's immediately adjacent to the cathedral green. I'm sure many of you of this committee, or probably all of you, know this area. It's a ceremonial door to the cathedral, and it's used for all the weddings, the funerals, naval and civic ceremonies. Cathedral Green is where the congregation stand whilst any procession takes place. This is it's less than 50 metres, I would say, immediately in front of 15 Oyster Street, which is exactly in front of the gate, that door. Whilst the revised application sets back marginally, sets the railing back, it's marginal, and the steel railing is less obvious. It'll still be visible from the cathedral as you exit the west door. And of course, anyone standing on the roof will be very clearly visible from the cathedral and Cathedral Green. The next point is precedent. I've heard in this committee on many occasions officers say that every application is considered on its merits and will not create a precedent. This being the case, why mention 9 Oxford Street and use it as a precedent? It's just because the bad decision was taken 34 years ago, it shouldn't be used as a precedent to make a bad decision now. Also, if number 9 has been highlighted as good practice, it now has what is either a very high chimney, red chimney, which is completely out of context, but actually I don't think it is a chimney. It looks like a chimera or a pizza oven, which is actually on the roof now and very visible from Cathedral Green. So I don't think number 9 is a particular exemplar. There are 8 identical properties in this block, of which number 15 is one. And number 9 is in a similar block of 3 properties, but that's adjacent to it, and it was not constructed as part of this today. Number 15 is about a third of the way along this block of 8 properties, number 8, which is approved, have a consistent roof line. This change in height, a third of the way along. This will look very strange and out of character. That's until you receive more ad hoc applications and the street ends up looking like a hodgepodge of heights and designs. So you'll have a sort of histogram effect along Oyster Street on the roof line. In conclusion, this application will create a precedent. It will create a significant visual change to the roof line, which can be clearly seen from the cathedral and Cathedral Green. It would of course, it could create a noise and nuisance issue immediately adjacent to Portsmouth Grade 1 listed Anglican Cathedral. Whilst I'm sure the current owner is responsible and will treat it with respect, properties are sold. Airbnb is already an issue in Old Portsmouth and other areas of the city where it's much more difficult to manage. So I urge you to turn this application down. Thank you.
All right, James, just before we move on, did we notify the cathedral about the application?
I'll check with the case.
Chair, whilst that's being investigated, Councillor Williams, I'm afraid you missed the entire officer presentation there and came in partway through a deputation. Now, unless the Chair is going to exercise discretion to start the whole thing again, that will bar you from sitting on this item. So I'm very sorry, but you could go outside again. We will call you back in this time and make sure you're there before starting. Oh, yeah, sorry. Well, you're not contributing to the debate, to be clear to anyone else, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. We did go looking for you. Don't worry about it, it happens. It's happened to me. So, Dr. Lloyd, sorry about the hold-up. We just want to make sure that the cathedral was notified, because we've had examples where objectors haven't been told about it coming up before, which has resulted in the whole thing being deferred to a later rotation of the committee to make sure it's done properly.
Okay, Chairman, I've been advised that there was no formal reconsultation when the amended plans were submitted, as the scheme was being reduced. It was being pulled back from the...
So what does that mean then, Kieran? Should they have been notified?
It sounds to me like the planning officers applied the Wheatcroft judgment to say that no, that in their view there's no material issue with the amended plans, especially in the context of a reduction.
All right then, so in your opinion we should carry on?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Dr. Lloyd.
Okay, Mr. Chair, councillors, other Portsmouth residents, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will address the concerns from other Portsmouth residents, which I would categorise as appearance, noise and privacy issues, but just to give a little context to my application and why I want to do what I'm doing and what I'm looking to do. I've lived in the house for 6 years. I have no intention of going anywhere, but my attachment to Portsmouth goes back a lot further than that, having served now 20 years in the Royal Navy and 3 years in the Royal Naval Reserve before that. The fact that the Wrens Memorial is outside my house. I was heavily involved in the Wrens 100 celebrations back in 2017, and I'm delighted that that was placed outside my house. I have absolutely no desire, in fact a very strong connection to the area and to the church. I'm an active member of the cathedral. Indeed, my now husband and I were married there just before the last lockdown. I have gone to great lengths to try to achieve what I want to achieve with enjoying my house, which is to be able to see the sea. And from the roof, it has a lovely view across the Solent, and I can watch the ships come in and out. To be able to do that while not detracting from the beauty of the cathedral green, nor the enjoyment of other people using the cathedral. To that end, by setting the balustrade back, by having it completely frameless, and self-cleaning glass, although I'm yet to believe self-cleaning really will be self-cleaning, but they tell me it smears up a little bit less. And the placement of that is not arbitrary. The picture that you saw put up before, I had a colleague standing on the roof with a piece of card that was 1.1 metres high, and got her to gradually walk backwards until it was at the point that I thought you really can't see very much there at all, and that's how we chose the 1.25 at the front. The 1 metre at the rear was chosen when standing up there myself, at what point could I no longer see my neighbour's gardens? And that's why it was put at the 1 metre. With regard to structures, I know there was mention of the number 9 has some other furniture, not the balustrade, but other furniture up there. All structures I'm proposing to put in will be below the height of the current parapet. So any tables, seating, shading. There's all sorts of very clever designs out there with seating that lives low down and then folds up, and the back folds up, and then you sit on it. Likewise, tables which are actually taken from boats that collapse into the deck, and like an ironing board, you can pick it up, and that's how you can have a table. So making sure that nothing is obstructing the view. With respect to noise, while yes, there is a theoretical risk that a future owner may wish to have loud parties up there, certainly my experience of 6 years in Oyster Street so far is that none of the surrounding roof terraces around me have caused a problem, and if there was, then I would hope that environmental health and noise control mechanisms would be the best avenue to address those. With respect to privacy and people coming out of the west door of the cathedral and wedding parties, it's a very regular and lovely feature of Sunday that I look at currently out of my window. It's a public space. If people want to come and view public events happening there, then they're free to do so at ground level, and I'm not sure that me having it on my roof is going to, I don't, to be honest, see how that will affect the privacy of people taking part in those events, given that it's an open access public area. In summary, I've gone to great lengths to preserve the appearance and character of the area, and I have no desire at all to do anything that would detract from that. And I want to give my fellow residents reassurance that this is not the eyesore that I think some of them might be imagining it's going to be. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dr. Lloyd. Members, go to Mrs. Swinburne. I can't hear what you're saying, sir.
I've had my...
Yeah, you did, didn't you? I beg your pardon. I was reading here. There's no other deputations written or otherwise, gents. Okay. So, members, questions? Councillor Atkins.
Would it be possible to impose a condition relating to the height of furniture and other objects placed on the roof terrace, or is that not something we can do?
It's the thing that worried me was a parasol, you see, you know. If you get a table up, then you get a parasol, and that's going to stick above the balustrade, isn't it? Even though it'd be whipped away in the wind.
I mean, does the access point presumably sticks up higher, though? I don't know. I don't have a problem with that.
This is going to be a very subjective test today. So, sorry?
It wouldn't meet the tests in the NPPF. In terms
No, I suppose you could say that, you know, members might want to push the glass barrier back a bit further from the front. But, all right, so there's no questions then, as far as I can see. Councillor Sun. Could you just kindly hit the switch, thanks.
Sorry. Just like to know how much space there is once the balustrading is in place, how much space that would leave them to use.
Go back to the proposed plans. It would, you can see here at bottom, if I turn my pointer on. So that would be the proposed terrace on the roof. It would be, what's that, about 80% of the total roof area, so quite a generous area. I don't have the exact measurements to hand, but maybe Dr. Lloyd could assist.
The property is 4.65 metres wide and 8 metres deep. If you take out the 1 metre at the back and the 1.25 at the front, and you also have to take out, in terms of usable area, the roof light that is above the stairs. The other roof light to the left is walk-on, so that is usable area. Okay, then, members, so we're in debate now. Any Councillor
Vernon Jackson, then Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Chair. Oyster Street is very close to the cathedral, but it's not a historic street in terms of the houses there. These are not Victorian, they're not Georgian, they are, because the area was bombed so very badly in the war, they are post-Second World War houses. And I was thinking about other places in the city, in sensitive areas and what they're like, and the place that struck me was South Parade, which are sensitive Victorian buildings, and every single one of them has got a glass balustrade at the top so that people can use the roof, looking out to see, looking out again across green space there, and I have to say I don't see that as a problem on South Parade at all. Actually, I think it probably helps the visual amenity of it. I think it just makes it look a little bit nicer. And now you've got good quality glass balustrading. I think that's a real benefit. The ones at South Parade are not set back; they're right at the very edge. And Dr. Lloyd is proposing setting this back quite some distance so that people aren't on the edge of the building. My personal view is that I can't see a problem with this, and if it gives people additional outside space to use, I'm absolutely certain that if Dr. Lloyd is partying till 4 a.m, her neighbours will make sure that environmental health and the police are there in large numbers, but I think it's highly unlikely. And I don't see that this does any harm to the area. I think it helps the house, and what's wrong with having some outside space for people to use? I regularly troop out of the cathedral, and I'm not sure I'd even mind if there was somebody watching me from the roof as I trooped out. So I don't see the harm, and if there isn't a harm, I can't see a reason to say no. So I'm therefore happy to propose the officer recommendation that we give planning permission.
Councillor Atkins first, Councillor Sly.
Happy to second the leader's proposal to accept the officer's recommendation. I think he essentially said largely all the things that I was going to say. I think Dr. Lloyd has been sympathetic to the surrounding views and moved the balustrading back a suitable distance. I would personally not have an issue with, I think some of the other roof terraces just simply built the wall up so it just looks like a higher frontage of the house, but as long as it's done sympathetically, I think there's no good reason not to have roof terraces on that particular row. I think that enhances the houses in that area, so I'm quite happy to support this application. I do accept that people's roof furniture could potentially become a bit intrusive, but I do think there are also limits to that in the sense that I think, as you suggested, a parasol is about as high as someone could get. Any permanent structure would require further planning permission, so I think I'm content to say that that on balance the use of the roof is reasonable as a roof terrace. I don't have any issue whatsoever with the the ground floor extension. Anywhere else that would be permitted development, and in this case it's very small, so I don't think there can be any complaints made about that. So happy to second the officer's report.
And if there is a parasol and it's strong winds, you never know, we might have Dr. Lloyd doing a Mary Poppins routine, flying across Old Portsmouth.
Councillor Smythe.
I've got nothing more to add.
All right, so
Lee.
Paige, you could say, for example, if you wanted to, that the railings will be incongruous in the street scene and the roof line, but what's happened in this case is that there's only glass, from what I understand. So there's no Councillor.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something. I wasn't objecting to it. I was just clarifying that if the glass had to be moved back, would there be enough usable space? So
no, I don't think anybody took you differently to that at all. No, I don't think anybody saw that. But that was where I was going through my mind, how will it affect the symmetry of the roof? But it stepped back so far enough that on the balance probability, it's not going to be seen. And so would it have an adverse impact on the visual amenities? I think what's different to some of the other places that Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson mentioned is its proximity to the cathedral, which is a very important building and needs to be respected. But I think respect has been shown to the cathedral in stepping this back by the distance that it has been stepped back. And again at the front, I think there's shown respect being shown to the neighbours by stepping it back 1.3 metres, I think it was. So yes, I can't see any reason why we wouldn't allow it, and if we didn't allow, I don't think we'd be very successful later on anyway. But so now I've looked at the overlooking loss of privacy. I don't think that's going to count. Damage caused neighbouring properties, that won't happen. Probably won't happen. Noise and disruption during the that's been a construction period. That's been addressed, and setting a precedent. Everything in this committee is looked at on its own individual merits. And if officers try and say there's a precedent, well, we don't take much notice of that either, because it's on its own individual merits, on the evidence being faced with us there and then. So there we are. It's been proposed and seconded. Can we move to the vote? All those in favour of allowing the proposition, please show. That's unanimous. Thank you very much all indeed for coming. We're sorry the application took so long to both of you. There are reasons for it which you're probably aware of. This is number 6, land adjacent to South Parade Pier. Who's doing this one? I thought it was going to be a letter, but she's not here today.
No, Chair, I'll be presenting this one.
Okay, Ezzy. Yep. Okay, over to you, Ezzy.
Thank you, Chair. If I might refer members to the officers' comments in this matter, we do have Councillor Smythe as a deputy, or we should make a deputation, I believe. This application is one part of two. That is, the first one is for a full application, and the other one is... Sorry, apologies, Chair. Yes, Councillor Symes.
So she'll sit in her place until the time comes to make the deputation, then she'll leave the room. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I thought you said one of you was. Beg your pardon. Just clarify that point, and why did we think that? It's been called to the planning committee, that's all. That's why it's here. Did not make a deputation.
Apologies.
That's all right.
Yep. Thank you.
Let's get on.
Thank you, Chair. So the application is before the planning committee today because it's on a land belonging to Portsmouth City Council, and also it's been called in by Councillor Symes. Can you first slide, please? Thank you. The application sites relates to an area of land to the west of South Parade Pier, and the site adjoins the western side of the pier itself. The application site falls within the seafront conservation area number 10, and the pier itself is a grade 2 listed building. It should be noted, as referred earlier, that there's another application that's linked to this one, which is for the listed building consent, and this itself will be considered on its own merits by members. The proposal before members today is for the retention of an external raised terrace on land adjacent to the South Parade Pier to provide an ancillary sitting area to an existing cafe use known as Tea on Sea. The terrace itself is located on land adjacent to the west side of the parade, and the terrace has been built directly on top of the shingle beach, measuring approximately 20.07 meters. Next slide, please. Thank you. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. And this slide will show the southeast elevation of the proposal, and will show also how it's been raised above the shingles. Thank you. if I might draw members' attention to the planning history of this particular site, we have quite recently, in 2018, granted both planning application and listed building consent for a similar development on this site, but this was not approved, this was not implemented prior to its expiration. But what is also key important for members' consideration is that the policy hadn't materially changed from when we granted this permission in 2018, and so what we have before us is an increase or what I'll call an enlargement of what was previously approved. Next slide, please. Can I go to the next slide? This slide shows the photograph of what is there at the moment, and that is what the applicant is seeking, both planning application or planning permission and listed building consent. Next slide. And again, this shows another elevation or view of the terrace. Next slide. And that further shows another view from the South Pier itself. South Parade Pier itself. Thank you. Next slide. This photograph would show to members the materials, the construction materials, and the design qualities of the external terrace itself. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, can you just go back one more slide? Thank you. Thank you. The officers found that the principle of development, the design and impact on the character and appearance of the area and associated heritage assets, impact on residential amenity, highways impact, minerals and wastes, and also the other matters that have been raised through public consultation, bordering on the retrospective nature of the proposal, the impact on sea views from Savio House, and also in terms of waste disposal, lighting and biodiversity and loss of public beach. I've considered all this and under the view that looking at the previous consent that was granted in 2018, the policy, lack of policy changes from 2018 to date, and the what we'll term as the modest increase in what was previously approved in 2018, the officers are managed to recommend to members to grant conditional planning permission for this scheme. Thank you, Chair.
So before we come to questions, on Monday, after we had the pre-agenda, I wrote to the city's solicitor and to the city's financial officer asking about what was mentioned, trespass, the issues that were raised in the possible trespass was raised in the agenda, why it was stepped away, did the land belong to the council and so on. So I have not had a reply to this moment. That's why I was just checking. So, but we have got Kieran here who might be able to have, might be forewarned, but he might not even be aware of the email that I sent in. No, so he hasn't been told.
Councillor, I can't deal with that.
If it comes up.
Well, I mean, in the sense you've raised it. So yeah. I would just say now, before members start asking further questions on it, the issues of land ownership are not material planning considerations. So you're looking at the development as it sits. So any issues of trespass and things like that, you need to put out of your mind for the purposes of this meeting. Yeah, thank you.
Indeed, and I said that in my email. So we have to focus on the planning at the plans before us and the development and so on. So, Councillor Vernon Jackson, question.
I just think in terms of the record, I need to state what my involvement in this has been, and I've talked this through with the city solicitor. So, my understanding of the position is there is planning permission was given for a decking area here, but that what was built was in the same, mainly the same area, but was bigger. And therefore, I was involved in a meeting where we asked the person doing the development, or the person who runs the pier, to come in and talk. And the strong advice there was that a planning application should be put in to regularise the position, because what had been built was not exactly what had been given permission for. And I think that was the right advice to give, because if something is going to be built, it needs to be right. And I'm pleased that that means that that planning application has come forward.
All right, thank you. And can I ask a question before? I'm sure Councillor Symes will have lots of questions to us. What I want to clear up in my own mind is, was it built in the place that was previously consented? I mean, we heard about the gap between the South Parade Pier and the western side of the construction. I suppose the question is, it's supposed to be ancillary to the use of the pier, but there's been a gap left in between.
Chair, I think on page 51/67 of our papers, it's got a representation of where the previous consent was and where the building where it was actually built.
Yeah.
If that's helpful, Chair.
Well, it is, but I just want it on the record for anybody watching to know that we're asking these questions. So is it where it should be, gentlemen?
I would say approximately, Chair. There's just a minor differences. It's not abutting the South Pier as the one that we approved in 2018. There's just a little gap there, separating it from the Heritage South Parade Pier.
And how big is the gap?
Chair, I'd probably say it's just shy of about 0.5, I would have thought. 0.5 meters. That's half a meter.
Okay, but that's what the officers are saying. And what's the purpose of the gap? Any idea?
No idea, Councillor.
Okay. Right then, so let's go to Councillor Symes. I'm sure she's got some questions.
Well, just a couple. I note that we're saying it has no impact, but we're not showing it as it would be with all the furniture on it, all the umbrellas, all the other things that will be on that. It's not going to remain an empty deck, is it? You know, you can say, well, you can look at it from this distance and you can't see any different. It's not really very noticeable, but it is. And you talk about a modest difference. The modest difference is over 40 square yards. That is not a modest distance. You know, I mean, if we're going to say it's increased by almost a third, then that's fine. But we're not saying that on this, are we? We're saying it's modest. So I'd like to know what's termed as modest. If I build something and I'm in a residential or I'm anywhere else and I build something and I make it a third bigger than I was given permission for, I would think that was a considerable amount, not just a modest amount. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor. My view, or my opinion on this is that what was approved was 133, and what is the increase is 43 square meters, approximately. I would say it's just about 40% increase. Just about 40% increase to that, yes.
And why are there no visuals of how it will look? Because that is not how it will look. You can't tell whether it's going to have a really adverse impact until you see furniture there, because there will be furniture there. And how are they proposing to serve it? Are they going to bring trays and things out onto the prom with people going up and down to deliver to these customers on the deck?
Thank you, Councillor. That would not be a plan in terms of the service going from the cafe itself to the terrace itself. My understanding is there would be low seats in terms of the beach seats. Looking at the height of the boundary treatment or the enclosure of the terrace, my opinion again would not be that I would have any significant concern about the visual impact this would have, because people would be sitting and you would see past them. That would be my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Smythe.
I've got a question about I'm looking at page 67, 51. There are upstanding stanchions or whatever you call it, bits of wood stuck up. I mean, how do we know they're not going to be putting an awning in between the two to protect people from wind, which is what people do commonly, and then the awning is not only noisy, but creates, in effect, a double height facility there. What is the purpose of those upstands if it's not for putting some sort of fabric on there? And would that not contravene a planning application were we to give it?
I would expect them to submit an application if they wanted to do that, Councillor.
Sorry, I didn't understand, Ed. What did you mean?
Expect them to submit a planning application, or we will require.
Oh, I see. If they want to put warnings around.
Yes, Councillor.
So the question is, we tried this in pre-agenda. What is the purpose of those, what appear to be poles?
Chair, we don't know. I suspect they're for putting lights and the fairy lights in between, but who knows? It's pure supposition. But if we've got a concern about awnings, then we can put a condition on that that's what they can't be used for.
Because the poles, the upright poles, weren't part of the original planning application, so this item's all about the lighting. So we've got no idea at all then, gentlemen?
No, Councillor, I have no idea what the poles are for. Maybe if I might suggest, it might be that they intend to have during the winter months, some of these heating lights also attached to them for the purpose of the customers. That could be. I don't know, just...
Right, okay, we're all guessing, we don't know. Councillor Symes.
I had several complaints when they had a street food stall outside that the building across Savoy Court was severely affected by the reflected light from the street stall. So if they intend to put lighting around there, that will also have an adverse impact on those residents just across the street.
Yeah, thank you for that. We've got to go on what we've got today in front of us. Any more questions? Councillor Atkins.
I've quite a few questions about this. I was a bit confused when I started, to be honest. Why are there two versions of it on today's order paper? Because it doesn't look like either of those are the heritage consent. Is that a third thing we will have to consider at another date? And if yes, why are there two on the order paper today?
Sorry, Councillor, could you clarify that question again, please?
Okay, let me split it in half. It's item 6 and item 7. What's the difference between item 6 and item 7?
Okay, item 6 is the full application. Item 7 is the listed building consent.
So we are considering the listed building consent.
We are indeed.
At the same time, or are we doing it separately?
I did mention we did that separately. But
right, so we're going to do it immediately afterwards.
Yes, Councillor, thank you.
My next question was, so a lot of the pictures show a fenced-in sort of, looks like concrete or tarmacked area. Is that next door, or has that now been taken away and replaced with the terrace? And what is it? I don't know what that is.
Sorry, Councillor, which page is that?
If you go back to some of the pictures, if you scroll through the pictures, I'll tell you when I see it. There. What is that? Yeah, so what is the fenced-in areas with the... What's that, the fenced-in area? No?
Somewhere where somebody in a wheelchair could get out of the
that is the existing decking that is there now?
Yeah.
Right, so that's what it looks like.
It's not decking, it's a permanent place for wheelchair users to look out at the
Sorry,
sea.
Judith, I was referring to the actual deck. Yeah, I was referring to that, yes. So that is the decking?
Yeah.
Yes. Right, yes, yeah.
So this is a retrospective application.
Yeah, I understand. Does the fact that it's there, does it make it more likely they could then apply for permission for putting additional structures on it? So could they put a kiosk on that?
I think it'd be wrong for myself to presume what they will do or what type of structure they might come with. But if they did, they would require a plan application to be submitted. But we will consider the impact, especially on the setting of the heritage assets and the conservation area. And I think it would be one that we would strongly resist, if I might add.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would adding lights to those poles require further planning permission?
It would depend the type of lighting they were proposing, Councillor. Like I said, they could put, without permission, the heating lights for the winter months and then take those down. But if there was something to be permanent there, I think it will require an application to be submitted.
And then I think it's probably my final question. Which cafe does this serve, and could it be passed on to a different cafe, or does it have to stay in the control of the person we're giving permission to?
I think this is ancillary to the existing cafe known as the T&C, so it's linked to that planning unit.
So if they wanted to, rent out to a different cafe, would they be able to or not?
They should not. Conditions should restrict that because it's ancillary to that planning unit, so it's ancillary to the existing cafe there, the T&C.
Could it be used by any of the things on the pier because it's ancillary to the pier? Is it literally ancillary to the one cafe, T&C?
I'm not sure, Councillor. That'll be my honest opinion.
If you've not got a question for the time being, Councillor Atkins, can I go to Councillor Smythe, or do you want to carry on?
Sure, no, I'd actually finished my questions, but I might have some more.
Yeah.
Go to Smythe.
You go ahead, Councillor Smythe.
Looking at that picture there, could planning officers advise us what it would have looked like had it been built according to the original application? Because as far as I can measure it out, it would have provided more of an open view to the important part of the end of the pier, and it wouldn't have come out so far. So, and also I'm worried about the gap between, because it's very windy on the seafront, and the last thing you want is a whole load of chip papers and rubbish down there, where it can't be cleared away or the wind wouldn't take it away. So could you just, perhaps with your pointer, indicate where the one that got permission would have extended to, looking at this particular view?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll try from here, asking Edward to just follow my lead. So the current scheme is 12.07 meters in width and 14.73 in depth. What was approved previously was 10.3 meters in width. So just taking 2 meters, I would have thought that would just about there, Edward. Yeah, just about there would have been the width of what was previously approved, and then the depth would be a lot deeper. So that about just 1 meter, just about 1 meter deeper than what you have. So we have to go towards. Yeah, just keep going a bit. Keep it just a little bit. Yeah, just about there. That would have been the depth of the terrace.
So it's deeper. Is it much deeper? I mean, it looks on this diagram as if it's almost exactly the same. If you look at the diagram on page 67.
It looks much wider.
And it is much wider, yes. But it looks, its depth is very much the same, if not, I mean, just look on that picture. Because I'm worried about the length of the promenade from which that obscures the view of the listed pier. And I'm also worried about the gap. And also I have received a number of residents who really object quite strongly to this. They may not have written in, but it's been a topic of conversation on my walks down there. And people are, quite a few people are not happy with it. But if you look, I mean, even if you measure these on the page 67, the distance between the end of the thing and the promenade is very much the same. It's the width that's the problem, I think, isn't it? And not being attached to the pier.
Sorry, Councillor, what do you mean where there's a concern?
Well, the dimension between the promenade and the seaward facing end of it, which I shall call the length of the thing, looks almost exactly the same on both schemes. Whereas it's obvious from the plan that what's been built is a good deal wider, and you said 2 metres wider, longer along the promenade. I mean, yes, I know it's a third bigger, but it's not much different on the. Let me look at it again on the, as it were, the north-south dimension, but it's a lot bigger on the, as it were, the east-west dimension.
Yes, Councillor, I note your concerns, but what I would refer members to is the dimensions that have been given. And those would be what we would look at if there was an issue in terms of whether they built at what permission was granted. It'd be a measurement of what dimensions they've given. So whilst the drawing might have some, the optics or the drawings might differ a bit, it will be the dimension that we'll refer to when we go out to measure. We'll see what's been built.
Surely drawings have to be accurate.
Agreed. But what I'm saying is that because of the differences there in terms of the dimensions, we're to go out eventually, even if the drawing as is showing here is an illustration more or less, if we were to go out there, it would be using the old tape and road to measure out what they've built to see if it conforms to what they've applied for.
Okay, I'm not quite satisfied by this, but I would still say that from this, what is the proposed difference in what I'll call the north-south dimension? Because it doesn't look any different on that. Could you draw my attention to the place where that's shown? Page 66, yes? Paragraph 2.2, thank you.
12.7 by 14.3.
But what it doesn't, the previously approved terrace was 10.3 wide and 15.6 in depth. So it's okay, the drawing is slightly misleading, I think. But I understand so it is about nearly a metre shorter. And I'm a bit worried about the fact that the meals can't be served from the kiosk, which is on the. Is it the kiosk?
That's one adjacent. It's another one.
It's not the adjacent one. It's another one.
I think. Am I right in saying that the adjacent one is? Sorry. The adjacent one is the Turkish one.
I don't
it's
know.
One back from that, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Perhaps the officers can help you. Is there another?
Yeah. I think Gerald agreed with me that the one that's adjacent to it isn't the one it's going to be leased to. It's the one further in. So it's
all right then. Members, as much as I love all this sort of discussion between us all, it's very helpful. Could we make questions for the officers, please? Then I'll come to Councillor Atkins.
After my previous questions, I've been reading the conditions. I couldn't find where it was referred to as ancillary to the pier or T and the C in the conditions. So where is it that it's required to be ancillary to T on the C?
I can help there. If you go to page 58/74, line 3, the title says construction of external raised terrace ancillary to a cafe use on land adjacent to South Parade Pier.
So that's any cafe use, not necessarily T on the C.
Okay, members, can we address, I'm so sorry, please can we address, it's all right, can we just address the officers, please, and stop talking to each other in this informal, as lovely as it is, just make some, and then
Could the officers tell me if the
Can I finish
designated...
my question first?
Pardon?
Well, I didn't get an answer to my question from the officers, which is, where is it designated as ancillary on T and the C? And is the answer that it's actually not designated as ancillary as T on the C?
So is there a condition?
There's no condition, councillors.
So we can put that in if you want to write it down, I'm
Members,
sure.
when considering a planning permission, you look at two things. You look at the conditions and the description of the development. So the fact that that's in the description of the development, the title of this application, fixes it as ancillary. But you're quite correct when you say that it isn't actually affixed to a particular planning unit cafe within the pier. As articulated, it would appear to be to the whole Southsea Pier.
So can we put a condition that says, if this sorts it out, ancillary to the use of South Parade Pier?
That's what the description of the development does already. The issue is whether you go into the granular detail of T on the C being the only cafe planning unit that has the benefit of the ancillary use of the decking. And that leads me into what I usually say about imposing planning conditions on applications. Is it reasonable? Which is something the planning officers are best posed to give their judgment on.
I just follow up one last thing, Kieran. I'll take your word for it if you are. Because of my reading of the description, it says raised terrace ancillary to a cafe use on land adjacent to South Parade Pier. I would read that, and I'll bow to your legal interpretation if it's different than mine, as the development is on land adjacent to South Parade Pier. There's nothing in that title to me which ties it ancillary to the pier. It ties it ancillary to a cafe.
On page 59 at 2.1, it says ancillary seating out to existing cafe use known as the T on C.
That's in the report, but not, I don't think, in the
I
part that's
agree.
legally
And
binding.
I think this is what's concerning us, Kieran, if you could perhaps...
Page 65, because that is the current application.
That's a fair question from Councillor Atkins.
I mean, some of the members at least...
It's a question of legal construction.
Yes, the members at least want to tie it down to the South Parade Pier clearly and not see somebody else come along and set up another cafe there, although they probably could anyway.
Planners, do any of the line plans, red line plans, obviously you'll have for the site, but is there like a blue line around the specific cafe use in any of the specific main planning cafe unit? Is it identified in any of the plans in that way?
No, there's nothing there. Okay.
So a little bit of fog at the moment, gentlemen.
It's a fault really in the description of the development, and that's difficult to remedy through conditions is what I'm thinking.
I mean, it may not matter to some of us, but I think the concern is that some cafe from down the road might come along and set up on this land rather than somebody connected with...
It would have to be construed objectively by reference to the materials before us today. I don't see the risk being that you would ever try and argue that your planning permission was ancillary to a use that wasn't in existence at the date that the permission was granted. That defies logic, but it does seem that you could shift the deck chairs around, to use a poor metaphor, in terms of which planning unit it was actually supposed to be attached to on the pier, if there are multiple. I don't know the layout or the planning history as well as the planning officers would in terms of what the subdivision of different planning units are on the pier itself.
All right. Councillor Smythe.
Do you want me still to phrase this as a question, or do you want me to? I can do it as good. Okay, well, I'll ask a question. Was it considered, when you recommended this one for planning permission, that the way it's phrased, the planning application is phrased, and the way it's described here, means that in effect it's a freestanding unit? I'm moving into opinion here, but it's part of the question. I'm not too... I had assumed when I knew there was an existing planning application that it was definitely in order to extend the seating out place of one of those units backing onto the site. Because then people who are serving tea can come through the cafe, they've got seats outside. Now, we're talking here about perhaps 50 or 60 people sitting down, whose tea or whatever has to be brought out along a notorious pinch point in the promenade. On a busy Sunday, there's all sorts of families with buggies and people in wheelchairs, people walking very fast, people running. And are we really suggesting that it's a good idea for people serving teas, hot water and teas, to walk a distance around into the promenade and back onto this construction? And not only, that's one of the reasons I object so much to the gap between the new construction, which isn't shown in the old plan. I'm just about okay with the old plan. I mean, even that, I frequently down there walking and swimming and things, because it would be ancillary to the use of a very small cafe located on the pier, and where you could get access from the pier directly onto the eating area. But this is a freestanding eating area that we don't know what's going to happen to it, and we're going to require poor members of staff to struggle with the pedestrians at a notorious pinch point on the promenade.
All right, I think the officers have got... I'll come to you in a minute, Councillor
So
Simon.
was that considered? I really
Yeah,
want
was it considered?
I don't think it was, Councillor. I'm trying to get clarification from the case officer.
All right, in the meantime, we'll go to Councillor Symes.
Yeah, if it's ancillary to T-on-C is a very small place. How are they going to serve 50 or 60 people? You know, it doesn't add up. The whole thing doesn't work, because you have to serve 50 or 60 people. I know the trade very well, I know you do. You have to have, T-on-C is a very small unit. It would never cope.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Can I ask, what was the description of the planning application that was granted in terms of, was it in terms of ancillary to a cafe on the pier? Or was it just...
Can you answer the question?
I just referred to the planning history on the in the report.
In 3.2, it uses exactly the same words. Construction of external raised terrace ancillary to A3 cafe use on land adjacent to South Parade Pier. So if that's the same words where we've granted planning permission already, that issue has already been granted by us.
Although it says it's expired.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Chair, you know
Yeah.
what an inspector will do.
Yes.
They will look at the planning history, and that's and that is a material consideration.
It's not ancillary if it's not able to be attached to it. Meant to be attached.
Okay, we'll just let the officers answer the question, if that's all right. Thank you.
I'm just trying to locate the details of the application on our system, Councillor. Thank you.
Anybody else have any additional question or questions? So, as is the officer in the case, Councillor Atwell, what's your question?
It's not a material consideration, but has there been any explanation how the planning that was approved has ended up to be something that's 40% bigger? Because you've got a very dodgy builder, or...
This is something I've written to the City Legal Secretary about, and we have to consider what we've got in front of us.
I just wondered if we've heard an explanation.
When I get a reply, I will forward it to the members.
Need a definition of what the word ancillary means, because this structure, in my mind, is not ancillary to anything. It's freestanding. It's separate.
Well, we'll come to Kieran for that then.
The old structure was ancillary, and I think was also smaller, but it was...
Indeed. If we're looking for some definition, we'll come to Kieran whilst Ezzy looks for the information we're after.
Of ancillary, it doesn't need to be physically connected. There is a clear communication between the principal unit and the ancillary unit, so that's not an issue. It is ancillary. That's legitimate.
If you have to, run the gauntlet with all the pedestrians streaming down the promenade on a hot day.
Because it's parasitic upon the principal use that's the cafe. It's the cafe customers that use it.
Yeah. And am I correct in saying, Chair, through the officers, that the previous plan used did not expect there to be a hole cut in the balustrade of the pier for people to walk through? It would use exactly the same, walking down out of the entrance and onto the decking. So there was no proposal to cut out a section of the balustrading, so it would never have been served directly off the pier. No, because it's, as I understand it, the kebab shop in that container is not what was ever envisaged as serving tea. It serves kebabs.
We're actually going round in circles. Ezzy has got to reply for Councillor Smith's issue about the description, I think.
Thank you, Chair. The description is the same as what was approved in 2018. The only difference there is the retrospective, Councillor. If I might add, with regards to ancillary, that doesn't have to be a physical connection or link. It's just a matter of fact and degree. It's the relationship. So with this terrace, it is the relationship with the South Parade Pier there. If I might suggest, Councillor, members might wish to add a condition to restrict the ancillary use to the cafes within the South Parade itself.
Which is what we were talking about 10 minutes ago. Kieran, that's proposed by the planning officer. Are you okay with that?
I think in the context of the description of development and what's attempting to be articulated and what's understood, I think it would be reasonable to impose a condition that qualifies that the ancillary use is only to be ancillary to a use upon the pier.
Okay, so you've got there, members. Well done. So now we're moving to debate then, unless there's any other questions. We're going to go to debate. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Chair. My concern, I think the condition making it ancillary certainly addresses a big part of my concern, which was that we'd created a legal loophole by allowing it to split itself with a physical gap from the pier where it might end up with its own cafe or some other cafe, and this is essentially a sort of money-making enterprise that isn't necessarily just about expanding the business of one particular cafe on the pier. But that only addressed part of my concern, which I'd kind of raised other questions, and the other part of it I feel is somewhat unresolvable, which is, unfortunately, I still feel, and maybe this is better saved for the application related to the impact on the historic assets, so that the heritage permission, I've forgotten the wording, but the next item on the agenda, the listed building consent. Thank you, Leader. The way that it was constructed, I think, has a much more substantial impact on the visual amenity of the seafront and on the pier, because I completely object to those large standing poles. I think they are, on their own, extremely unattractive because they've not got anything on them. They look extraordinarily strange. They're like beam posts sticking up round the fenced area, and as Councillor Smythe alluded to, the new fenced area sticks considerably longer along the parade and is not flush with the pier. So instead of appearing part of the pierscape, it appears a separate fenced area on Virgin Beach, as far as I'm concerned. And if any of the other cafes down the seafront asked us to, can we put up a new fenced seating area on Virgin Beach, I think our amount of sympathy with that would be pretty near zero. And so I just cannot see that, given this is built too large and physically separate from the pier and with these unattractive stand-up poles, even if we can resolve the question of is this actually going to be forever tied to uses on the pier, I'm afraid I still cannot support it. So I'm going to propose refusal on the basis of its impact on visual amenity and its use of Virgin Beach without being tied to the existing structure and it being too large. And so I'm proposing refusal of the actual application on those grounds, but I would also say that if we were getting to listed building consent, though I have not heard it yet, I can't see how these, and I would not determine it till we have heard it, I can't see how these concerns aren't going to raise their head again when it comes to listed building consent. So I'm minded to propose refusal.
Sure, I'll come to you in just a second, and you can.
That.
Okay, so I'm going to move the officer's report, and I'm going to explain why. And I remember the debate we had around the coffee cup up at Eastney, and so many people were opposed to it, and it was, everybody told us it would be terrible, it was going to really impact the beach, and decking area would be awful, and now it must be the most popular place along there, and it was stirred up enormously even so. So people, if we now turned around and said, and they went on about the funnel thing above, which now sits on the beach, quite frankly, if they built it twice the size, it'd be even more popular, and I'd suggested to them back that time that they need double the size, but they didn't listen to me, so they're missing a lot of business because you can't get in half the time and you're queuing up a lot. In the same way, for the same reason, the city's seafront master plan envisages more and better place for visitors to come and sit down and have food along the seafront, and that is what the city's seafront plan seeks to do, but I don't think that's in the report here. Thirdly, not as a planning matter, but South Parade Pier needs to flourish. It needs income. And it is absolutely vital if we, the city, don't want to see South Parade Pier shut up again, that it is able to create income. And so for an economic reason, and we're allowed to consider economic reasons nowadays, I think it too should be approved. So I think I'm going to move recommending the officer's report, together with condition that it should be ancillary to use at South Parade Pier, which I think satisfies a lot of the concerns today. So I'll go to Councillor, so there's two on the table at the moment, go to Councillor Smythe next.
I just wanted to make it clear that I'm very much in favour of the Seafront Master Plan and what's emerging there, and I do think that a lot of the established cafes and even possibly new ones that have terraces in front of them that are quite modest but do help people to eat outside are absolutely wonderful. But this is in the setting of a really fine historic building, which is the pier, which we spent a long time trying to preserve as a historic building, and it's far from clear that its use is going to be actually ancillary, and I think this is too big, and it's not clear in my mind that it is ancillary to the use. And of course I wish the traders on the seafront well, but it is a historic structure, and that what is there currently, especially with the big stanchions up there, does obscure the view from a significant part of the promenade.
Okay. Councillor Symes now.
I'd like to second Councillor Atkins' proposal and also say this is an incongruous piece of wood next door to a listed structure. It's got no hope. The cafe use that it's supposed to be using has absolutely no hope of being able to service that large an area. And so what happens then? I know that's not for us to determine today. It's been built far too large. It's much larger than the footprint it was allowed. And Kieran actually mentioned at the pre-planning meeting about the lease. Well, no lease has been signed, and I've asked Peter Bolf what information I can divulge. And the lease is based on the previous footprint. So those things are out of kilter as well. I think we talk about precedents and you can't set precedents, but I think if this goes ahead, it's just like the land to the west that was wanted to be used for an extensive length for another purpose. It's going to lead to all kind of applications for use of what we all understand to be a public beach. And I think Councillor Smythe is very right in what she says, to stand there and look at that awful decking with that terrible fence round it. It really detracts from the beauty of that wonderful listed building and makes it look shoddy and tawdry. I'm sorry, but that's my view.
Thank you, Councillor Symes. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. I want to bring us back to what, as I understand it, the current planning position is in relation to this land. My understanding is that we as a council has given planning permission for a decking in that area, ancillary to a cafe there. What we're being asked to look at here is one that is a bit bigger. So it's a bit bigger, but the principle of having decking there, ancillary to a cafe, has been approved by the planning committee of this council. So that principle is there, and what we, I suppose, have to think about is, having given permission for one of the 133, could we sustain a refusal at appeal for one that is 40 metres extra? And inevitably that has to be a matter of judgment. I look down the seafront and I see Southsea Beach Cafe, hugely popular, on what was a public loo and beach which they've enclosed and use as an area for people to come and eat. I look at the Coffee Cup, a bigger area, hugely popular. I look at the Seafront Master Plan at Eastney and the idea of a water sports centre with a cafe, etc., on the beach. So the thing we're often told by residents is we want more things to do on the South Sea seafront. So if we have already given planning permission for a cafe there, a decking there, ancillary, exactly the same words, we've been told by the lawyer that ancillary does not mean it has to be joined. So that issue is not something we could moan about. How would it be possible to justify at appeal a refusal? And I have to say, I can't see it. I think the decision that was made to grant planning permission for a decking there, ancillary to a cafe, how many years, 4 years, 3 years ago, whatever, that was the principal decision, and we have made that decision. So I'm sorry, I don't think it's realistic to suggest that we would sustain an appeal on the principle. So I have to say I'm not impressed that he's built something bigger. And there is issues in other places than here where things might where things can be taken up. But in terms of planning, I can't see a justification for saying no, and therefore I'm happy to second the chair's proposal. In terms of, when we come to the listed building consent, it is listed, but it was built in 1975. It's not a huge, it is younger than I am, and probably younger than everybody in terms of this council, except Councillor Weems. And that, okay, so the majority of us are more likely to be listed than it.
Okay, thank you, Gerald. Councillor Symes, and then we're going to move to a vote, I think. Sorry, Linda, would you mind speaking?
Sorry, yeah, it's my fault. All the other places you've talked about are standalones. They are not affected by anything else next to them. This horrible piece of terracing, it looks like a junkyard, is right next door to a building that actually, even if part of it was rebuilt, is quite beautiful. And I think it's just like a scar on the side of the pier now. And I don't think there's any way that, in actual fact, that you can control the use of that space or anyone on the pier. The pier will rent it to whoever will make a profit from it and give them some money. That's what will happen, no matter what you say. And it leads to all kinds of other problems that could occur because it is in the position that it's in. The coffee cup is on its own on the beach. You talk about a Sassy Beach Cafe, there's nothing either side of it, or he's bought up what's on either side of it and now incorporate it within the footprint of his building. But the pier is a very different, and people look upon the pier differently. And you can't just lump them all together and say one size fits all, because it doesn't.
Indeed. So thanks very much. I'm going to come to Councillor Weems next because he hasn't had much since he went out. But I would say we do have to, I also look at the pier and, you know, it was closed down for years and years and years. It needs income too. So this will clearly increase income and we shouldn't run away from that. Councillor Weems.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo the sentiments of Councillor Symes really. It isn't an attractive area with that decking. It doesn't look good at all. With the coffee cup, it's completely different. You can't really compare them together. It's such a larger building and it's on its own. I would just say if you removed the wooden panels and everything else and just had the decking flat, it might appear more attractive, but as it stands, it's not very sightly, and I agree with Councillor Atkins, it's just not a nice piece of land, to be honest, next to the pier.
Okay, Councillor Atkins.
I just wanted to clarify, in response to what the leader said, what I said is, in terms of my reasons for refusal, the extra size, I think, makes a substantial difference. The fact that they put in larger upright wooden beams, I think, makes a significant difference. And the fact there is a physical gap between it and the pier, all make a substantial difference to visual amenity and its impact on the seascape and on the pier. And effectively mean that it's a use of Virgin Beach rather than an extension of the pier. And yes, that's not about ancillary use, that is about the impact on our seafront. And that's why I'd be refusing it.
If the polls weren't there, I think we'd be having a different debate, but there we are. So we're going to move to the vote, members. What we have...
Chair, just apologies there. So the first motion to achieve a seconder was the motion for refusal from Councillor Atkins.
That's correct. Yeah,
okay.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah,
Thanks
there
very
would be
much.
further, if this motion were to fail, I would give further advice on the condition that's been mooted that Councillor Smythe touched on and I think was looking to reject, but we'll need to clarify how that stands.
Okay, was there anything else officers wanted to say if we went to the vote?
We do also need a set of words as a reason for refusal, so that's probably going to be another adjournment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's just to emphasize or reiterate to members that the previous consent that was granted, the planning history, it's a significant material consideration, and not just for members, but also for if we were to go to the planning inspector for consideration and decision. So just to flag that aspect up, and the other aspect was the part touched on, which was potential to put a condition to restrict the use to make it ancillary to the cafes that are on the South Parade Pier.
Yeah, I think members know the argument about it would be a perverse decision if we refused it today on the grounds we've approved it before. And anyway, but that would go off to another place to be looked at. So we're going to move to the vote now. So
No, Chair, we don't have a clear set of reasons what the refusal would be proposed by Councillor Atkins. So if I could ask Councillor Atkins to speak to that again, and then again we will take it away. And,
this is a hard part, Councillor Atkins, coming up with the words.
My wording would be essentially that in view of the size, which exceeds by 40% the size that was given planning permission, in view of the physical gap, which is different to the planning permission granted, it stands alone as a separate structure rather than an extension to the pier, and in view of the fact that the fencing was built with higher upright, with twice the height of upright posts, the visual impact on the seafront and the seafront amenity is such that the excess building has a substantial impact, and therefore I would refuse planning permission based on the excess over the original planning permission that was given.
Do you have any comments on heritage impact?
Yes, well, I would have kind of saved those for a refusal under the impact on heritage assets, but if we're going to add that in, I would have refused planning permission. I would also have refused the next application, application 7, on the basis that the way in which it's constructed has the same impact on the heritage impact of the pier and the seafront, and therefore should also be so.
Okay, so we will come to the vote then. I'm going to move to the vote.
Chair, I think it's really important that we get these words.
Could we then look at the vote, see how it shows up, how it turns out?
No.
Oh, right, okay, and then do the words that, in the same way as we did earlier.
Apologies for my tone there, Chair, that was on Keith. We do need to adjourn.
Yeah, we would need to adjourn to get a form of words. You want to get the form of words right now.
Okay. We have to vote on the precise wording.
Okay, let's do that then. So 5 minutes then. There we are. So everyone is here that should be here, am I correct? And we're away again then, Anna? Thank you very much indeed. Members, so we had an adjournment there, so some words could be put together. Kieran, do you want to tell us what those words are so people can vote on them or not?
Thank you. So this is for Councillor Atkins in the first place, and then Councillor Symes to confirm that they're proposing and seconding. The wording is that the size of the proposed deck, its appearance as a separate structure, and the inclusion of upright structures is considered to result in adverse visual harm to the character of the seafront and unjustified harm to the conservation area and the adjacent listed pier, contrary to policy PCS 9 and PCS 23 of the local plan.
Perfect, I propose.
And we know that's already seconded by
She's
by
not
Councillor Smythe.
Yeah. Symes.
Symes, I beg your pardon, sorry. Right, here we go then. So, all those in favour of that refusal, please raise their hands. So I make that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against, please raise their hands. That's 3. So that becomes what we call a substantive. No, it's now.
They have refused the application.
Refused the application.
8 members. Yeah.
So the application's refused. Councillor Atkins.
Sorry, Chair, I have another meeting, so I now need to make my apologies and leave. Hopefully the last application doesn't take you too long.
Thank you very much. So we won't be going to the next one because it's being refused. The first one's been refused. So we move now.
Well, technically, that's an item of business that needs to be disposed of.
All right,
so
item number 7 then, members, we've had a long debate about it. We've been toing and froing with this one as well. All those who are in favour of the officer...
Did the officer have a separate report on this, just to be really clear?
All right, okay.
Sorry, a separate presentation. Obviously, there's a separate report before us.
I better stay for this item then, Charles. Stay for this item. And
Ezzy, did you touch on this during your presentation, or did you talk about it in your presentation, or have you got a separate report on it?
There is a separate report.
Okay, let's go then.
Thank you. Just want to get that out. Thank you, Chair. Members, this is the second part of the South Parade Pier, and it's with regards to the listed bidding consent application for the proposal, the retrospective construction of the external terrace. Officers have looked at the impact in terms of the heritage asset, and the conclusion is that it would preserve the listed building special architectural and historic interest. So as a result of the statutes and engaged, the officers' view is to that these objectives have been satisfied, and recommend that the committee grant listed bidding consent subject to the conditions listed in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezzy. Members, any questions? Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Can I ask, if we turn this down, is there a hope of defending an appeal?
There's always hope, Councillor. But what I would say is that the planning history it does lead to the fact that what we had previously approved, the planning policy, the local planning policy, had not changed materially as to affect the decision that was made in 2018. So that would be my opinion on that, Councillor. Thank you.
Councillor Smythe and Councillor Atkins. Could you put your mic on? I'm so sorry.
I was going to propose that we move to refuse this application using the same condition that we used in the
We are
previous.
currently in questions, Councillor Smythe. I know we want to get on. Councillor Atkins had a question.
Sorry, no questions, no.
Okay, so I'm going to move the officer's report. I don't know if that's going to get seconded. Thank you, Councillor Vernon-Jackson. Councillor Smythe.
I'd like to move to recommend refusal on the same grounds as we refused the previous, the main planning application.
And that's seconded by Councillor Atkins. So we'll do it the other way around. This time, all those in favour of the officer's report, please raise their hands. That's 3. All those against? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now I have to move to the refusal on the grounds stated. All those in favour of the refusal, please raise their hands. That's 5. All those against, please raise their hands. That's 3. Thank you all very much, members. So now we go along to number 8.
Members, I will leave you for this one on the basis that I've had involvement advising the applicant to this. If you require legal advice, there is Juliet Gill in the civic offices, or alternatively the city solicitor by telephone. I will see you for item 9.
Okay, Ed, I guess you're doing this one? Alan, you've just arrived. Hi, Alan.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt.
Underway.
Thank you. First slide,
underway.
please. First slide, thank you. Actually, before I start, there's 2 matters. If I could mention that we have 2 colleagues here from Coastal Partners, Nikki and Alex, that will help with any questions that are beyond my knowledge of the scheme. And the other matter, your report says under Heritage Consultant, any comments received will be reported at the meeting. In summary, the information provided in support of the application is considered appropriate in terms of its scope and level of detail, in combination with, this is Ben Cracknell's understanding, both of the significance and impact of the works on heritage assets. He advises in conservation and heritage terms the discharge of the matters that you're just about to get a little more detail of are considered capable of support and therefore acceptable.
Alan, for the sake of Councillor Symes and Councillor Weems, who weren't at the last planning meeting, we asked for the detail, for 4 or 5 details to come back of this particular scheme, to have a closer look at them, to make sure they were what was expected. And indeed, it's very helpful for more members to see what's actually happening. Alan, back to you.
Thank you. So these 4 initial slides are included because we can't assume that everybody that is making the decision today was either here for the original application that was granted in December 2019 or the amendment in August 2021. But you can make out the red line of the application site for the South East Sea Defence Scheme. It's just under 56 hectares and a frontage of 4.5 kilometres. Next slide, please. So many of you have seen this one, but it's some examples of breach events that we've had, and it's not limited to these. There have unfortunately been others, and overtopping. So in the sort of sequence of 4 images well, there are actually 5 images, but along the top there, you can see Castle Fields underwater, which is obviously part of the frontage that we are looking at today. Next slide, please. So the original permission had a design for this sub-frontage of rock armour, where the higher ground of West Battery and East Battery was the secondary defence. There's obviously also an image along the bottom there of the existing promenade with its pinch point due south of Southsea Castle and the existing defences. Next slide, please. So the image at the bottom was the original grant of planning permission. So it was one promenade of varying width and a lot of rock armour. The image at the top was the amendment, recently granted planning permission, which has upper and lower promenades with a seating arrangement between and less rock armour. Next slide, please. So, the reason it's before you today, and you've obviously mentioned that in your preamble there, Councillor Hunn, is that there were certain conditions, there were 7 of them, on the original grant of planning permission and repeated in the August 2021 amendments that the committee wanted coming back to them for approval. So in the submission before you today, there are 4 conditions, that cover public realm that you wanted to see the details of. The reason the slide says 4 of 6 is the submission includes 2 other conditions that aren't matters that you've asked to be brought back before you, phasing and archaeology. But this image is a particularly helpful one, an illustration that encapsulates condition 17, which is the soft landscape, condition 22, which is the external lighting, condition 23, the street furniture, and condition 25, which is the hard surface materials. Next slide. Here, what I wanted to say was that there are fully detailed plans and landscape specifications, including maintenance, for the species selection, predominantly being, essentially being planted along the edge of castle fields. Some of these include the type of plants that you will find in the right season on Eastney Beach. So this is just one example of a series of landscape plans in the 163 pages of detail submitted in relation to this application. Obviously showing you a detailed planting plan. This particular extract shows how it's been integrated into some stone boulders that will provide some informal play, which we can see in the next image. And obviously the planting will vary over over the seasons. So this image shows the proposed lighting columns. They're 5 meters high, and they are the same high quality that have been included in the in phase 1, already under construction at Long Curtain Moat. There are 18-meter centres, with the exception of the part of the scheme around the castle where low-level lighting bollards are being used. So this is an image to show the seating in the steps between the upper and lower promenade, but also other seating interventions that, again, on the edge of Bandstand Field, will include a couple of swinging seats that you can see in the bottom right-hand corner there. I've included this image to show, obviously there are detailed drawings for every component of the scheme, but this happens to be the balustrading and Kebony handrails, a very sort of simple, uncluttered, but quality design approach being taken by the coastal partners. And this is to cover what is primarily exposed concrete aggregate as a very attractive but durable, hard-wearing solution to cover the sort of 100 years that the sea defences will be protecting the listed structure. And this is just a final overview of, obviously along the top you have Bandstand Field, at the bottom the area around the castle, and then just a small inset being the return along East Battery. The recommendation is that all 4 of the conditions, details associated with all 4 of them are high quality solution for the site, and it's recommended they be approved. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Banting. Members, any questions? Councillor Vernon-Jackson, then Councillor Smith.
Can I ask, in terms of the historic lighting that's there, the tall ones with the lanterns, they will be reused during this construction?
There aren't any around Southsea Castle, but you're right, there are on the esplanade.
Yeah.
They are all being reintroduced in the wider sea defences. But there is no existing lighting on the south side of the castle.
Okay, that's very helpful. My second question is a similar one in terms of the seating where members of the public have bought seats in memory of family members, and they've done so on condition that we keep that the council keeps it there for 25 years. I'm presuming that there is no loss of any of that seating in any of these proposals.
They aren't obviously covered by the conditions that require approval for today, and I think that's where I might leave Nikki to answer about that aspect of the broader scheme, if you don't.
Oh, thank you. I was pushing the wrong button. Yeah, so that's slightly separate to the planning application. So what we are applying for is the sort of the bones of the seating, if you like, which is the timber seating shown. There are ongoing discussions with Portsmouth, as in Portsmouth Council, regarding how they want to progress with the memorials that are on the benches. So that's something that's sort of outside of our remit, but obviously whatever Portsmouth decide, we will then incorporate into the scheme.
Can I then ask another question on to planning officers? If we want to put a condition on that says that all existing seating which are memorials to people that people have paid for should be included, are we able to do that as a condition of this planning application?
Forgive me for starting with a no, insofar as this is this is not a planning application. It's actually very, very unusual for matters of details covered by condition to come before the committee. So obviously I described each of those that stand for your sort of judgment today, and the issue around how those are going to be honoured going forward would be a separate matter of detail that has yet to be determined, but not relevant to the four matters of detail that come before you today.
But Alan, you've come with a thing where you've asked of us to make a judgment about seating, and now you're telling me we can't make a judgment about seating. Those two things don't sit together. So either you've come to ask us about, and one of the four things you listed in there was seating, either you want us to come to a judgment about seating or you don't. On that answer, I would have to vote against what's coming forward here in terms of seating, because what you've said doesn't sit with what I think should happen. So if you want us to make a judgment about seating, fine, but let us make a judgment about seating, so that's what the committee is meant to be for.
Right, so this is a judgment about whether the locations and the range of seating in the position shown in the material shown are of such a suitably high quality for such a special location, but that judgment can be made irrespective of whether there is a collection of the plaques from seating that may or may not adorn this or some other structure to mark those important memories.
Yeah, he raises a good point. What's the lady's name again? Pardon? Nikki, can you provide any better comfort for the committee on this matter?
Yeah, so whilst it's sort of separate to the planning side of things, we have had quite a few internal discussions about the importance of the memorial benches, because obviously they're not just at this sub-frontage, they're across the entire seafront, and it wasn't an issue as part of sub-frontage 1 because that's the only part of our scheme where there aren't any memorial benches that we are affecting. So we are in discussions with people like the seafront manager and other people within Portsmouth about potential options. So one would be obviously to take the plaques off and put them on new seating. There are other ways, and the seating that we're now proposing is timber, so are there ways of etching into the timber? Is there
more of a sort of a combined approach where there's like a memorial area, but these are all sort of things that are outside the remit of our scheme, if you like. It's a Portsmouth City Council decision, so when that decision is made, we can then look to incorporate it within our scheme. So I don't know, that's probably not hugely helpful, but it's...
No, I think this sounds like a report that should be going to Culture and Leisure, the Culture and Leisure Chair, and that we can cause that to happen. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
I think it would come to Cabinet because it crosses lots of portfolios.
We can make sure we call for the report to come to Cabinet, so if you could be mindful of that, Nikki and Alan and Ezzy here, and write to the lead officers in the council who are dealing with this, saying we expect a report to come to Cabinet so that this can be discussed there. You got that, gents? And that's in the minutes, Anna?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
All right, I hope that solves that. Councillor Smythe.
I hope to be helpful here. I'm on the Sea Defences cross-party working group, and we have had a long conversation about this. The memories that people have that have led them to have a bench on the seafront are clearly very, very important, and one person finding what the Sea Defences does would be enough to change our minds about all sorts of things, I think. So, but I do know that this is in hand, and that there was the beginning in the discussion I was at of a very sensitive and appropriate policy. One can understand absolutely the desire of the Seafront Sea Defences team to create something that is a truly wonderful, holistic design. But I'm sure that it's the right thing that it should go back to Cabinet, but it will, I hope, be the subject of further discussion in the Sea Defences Working Party, and at which I will be sure to be very sensitive about whatever decisions that are made.
Yeah, that's very helpful, and no doubt you'll be able to make representations to Cabinet about what's said there. Councillor Smith.
I note the thing about the high-quality concrete and aggregate. My question was, when I look at the screen there, did it show the where that's going to be used? Because they're going to be quite large expanses of it, so you've got 3 different finishes of concrete. Was the vision showing and then the different shading, was that showing the different uses of the different types of concrete?
This is a particularly harsh and exposed part. I mean, it literally is the sort of meeting point, and the wave action is very significant around the castle. So it will be the... actually, can you put the image back up for me? It's the one before.
Because my point was really about
that one. So, if we're looking on the right-hand side, there are sort of different amounts of shingle that you will view. Because of the very harsh environment, the predominant material on the upper and lower promenades is going to be the left-hand side of those 3 images. I think that's correct, isn't it, Nikki? Yeah. Just because of the need for it to be there and still looking good over 100 years. Obviously, there are...
Side or the one with 3?
The one of the left-hand side of the block of 3.
Yeah, that was my point, really. It was about the wrong term, but the slab, what it's going to look like. It's the visual impact, really, but I understand the erosion it'll get from the sea as well. So.
Okay, and we haven't... Okay, go on.
My second point was really about the lampposts, which I think look really good, was really about the positioning of them, given the fact there's going to be electric scooters, cycles, I'm presuming, and pedestrians walking along there. How far out do they come onto the walkway, or could they be set back like they've done in other parts of the city where they set them back now, so they're not in any sort of way where they might hurt somebody or somebody could run into them?
Yeah, so it's the back edge of the promenade.
question was, could they go back any further? And you don't cause any, you got no problem at all then, have you?
Beyond that is just the edging, and then bandstand field beyond it. Obviously, the decision taken that this is the most sort of practical way of obviously being able to run electricity to service them, etc. And felt to be a good solution either side of Southsea Castle.
Yeah, on page 66, Councillor Smith, it talks about the soft landscape. It talks about having flint and so on there, and none the seafront, that won't be a huge depth of soil. So presumably the concrete around the lampposts, the wood lampposts there, is what's keeping them up. If they, I don't know. You have a good point.
Yeah, my point was only about the fact of, with everything, those different modes of transport, just keeping them back as far as possible, really.
It looks like they are set back quite well, and if you put them into the grassed area, they might fall, start moving and toppling over. I don't know. Do you guys want to talk about that quickly?
Yes, so although it's not immediately apparent in that image that's shown on the right there, the new prom, this is looking on the western side over Bandstand Field, the new prom is higher than the existing prom, and so there's an actual gradual slope at about a 1 in 7 that goes back into Bandstand Field. So although it looks flat and level there, if you were to set the columns back into that grassed area, you'd be dropping them down, so they'd have to be a lot higher to do the job that they do. And what is also shown there, so you've got the prom that they're sat in, immediately behind them is that sort of paler coloured strip, and that's the retaining structure for the promenade. So they can't really go any further into that.
I think it was just that, the gentleman standing next to that one, it looks like it's sat out. When I looked at it quickly as we were going through the thing, it looked like it was sat out further than maybe it is, and I was just thinking of people riding bikes and things, if they're sat out in the middle of in the main thoroughfare of what I was thinking, but now I've seen it a bit longer, I can see.
Well, I think with that particular area, if you look beyond the lamppost, there's a seating area and a bench area, and we have these sort of triangular inclusions, inclusions into the field where that is set back, and I think that column is set on the corner, so it's not like in the middle.
All right, and let's talk quickly about the flower and the so we've got evergreen shrubbery, so it's all seasonal. So there'll always be some kind of hedge or fence between the prom and the grassed areas. Are they indigenous plants? We've looked at, they're presumably ones that bees and all the others really like. Thank you, Nikki. Yes, you.
Yes, so they're all native British species, and a lot of this is sort of wildflower planting. So we're hopeful that it will do really well. It's obviously quite a harsh environment, so the species have been selected specifically for this location. So it's the best option that we're putting forward, and we will keep an eye on it, because obviously people sometimes will walk across the flowering to access Bandstand Field. So it's something we're going to keep an eye on. But yeah, it's all native species, and a lot of them, what our landscape specialists have tried to do is to really put in the species that are already along the South Sea coast, so that it kind of blends in.
Yeah, that's great. I can see rock roses in there, the orange ones, I think. Anyway, members, we've given this... Sorry, Councillor Stagg.
Can I get back to the memorial benches? And it's not a planning thing, but I want to raise it now so it's not lost. I'm hoping that the families of those people who've got the benches there are being contacted if possible, so that they know what's happening. My father-in-law's got... there's a bench there in memory of him, and I know that neither he nor they're both ex-mother-in-law and father-in-law, but nevertheless, that they would be unhappy to think that these benches, I think they paid quite a bit for, something like £2,500, £3,000, and then that to be taken away and disappeared. So.
Yes,
fire away, Nikki.
Absolutely, yep. We are, between Coastal Partners and Portsmouth City Council, we are compiling a list of everybody who's got a memorial bench. So yeah, when the time comes, when we know what is happening, or when Portsmouth Council know what's happening, they will absolutely be contacted.
And you're going to get a report to Cabinet about it now as a result of today, Councillor Smythe?
I would suggest that this should be done very, very quickly now. I was surprised to see this application when it came up, because if I was, we only need one person to look at these plans and to come to the wrong conclusion about the benches, because there is a full consultation planned. It has to be dealt with very, very sensitively, I think.
Yes, it does. Has to be dealt with sensitively, but equally, we've really got to get on with this because of the reasons that we all know about, and come very unexpectedly. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
I think I'd like to formally propose a condition that in relation to memorial seating, that it is either reused, restored, or new seating is produced as a replacement, but that this is done in consultation with the families who donated the benches in the first place.
I will go back to the officers and give indemnity too. But I think that we've already decided the matter, and that these are the conditions that we looked at and agreed last time. And therefore, what we were doing was having a look at these conditions to see what the materials were like. So I'm not aware if there's a way of doing it, we can do it, but I don't think that we can put another condition on a matter that's already been decided. Alan?
That's absolutely correct. You aren't granting a planning permission today. You are considering the details pursuant to 4 conditions on a permission that's already granted. I mean, in short, you can't impose a condition on a condition, but obviously it's already been sort of discussed a way forward, and the memorial benches is not a matter that's been forgotten. It is something that is an integral part of finding an appropriate solution for all of those seafront memories.
I'd just like to formalise it, and just think it's safer to do so.
Indeed, you can't get a condition on a condition.
Okay, in which case, I'm sorry, Chair, then I will be voting against.
Indeed, I understand that. Go to Nikki, and then Councillor Smythe.
I just wanted to make just a quick point in case it would help members. So whilst we're putting forward the plans at this stage, it's because it's a pre-commencement condition, but there's a huge amount of work for this frontage once construction even starts. So the landscaping and the benches will be one of the last things that will happen. So we're looking at a year and a half to 2 years before the benches even go back on. So that's why, whilst it might look like we're being a bit premature, we can't start construction until the pre-commencement conditions are cleared. But the memorial benches are definitely not something that will get swept under the carpet.
Indeed, and you'll be coming back to the Cabinet to make a presentation, I'm sure. Councillor Smythe.
I would have supported Councillor Vernon Jackson on this. I think the key thing would be a really sensitive minute written to record the contributions that we've made on this.
Which is what I asked Anna to do, which is being done.
And to confirm what you've just said, which is this isn't I think it has to be written very sensitively, probably with one of you from the Cabinet to look at the minute, because it's a very sensitive issue, and people need to know that the matter is in hand, and this doesn't represent any sort of final decision, and that any decision would be consulting with people who have benches individually, which was certainly a principle that on the Sea Defences Working Party we all agreed to.
Yes, very helpful of Councillor Vernon Jackson to come this time, because we didn't consider it last time. For whatever reason, it was a mistake, and we're doing it now. But I've been watching the officers, they've been making notes, and they will write to the officers concerned in Culture and Leisure and the Seafront, and to our partners to make sure the report comes to Cabinet where these where it can be decided what will happen with the plaques and the benches.
Apologies, I wasn't, as you know, here at the last meeting, and I would have certainly raised.
Sure, I'm sure you would have done. Thank you very much indeed. With that, members, I'm going to move the officer's report to approve. Those in favour, please raise their hands. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against, and that's 2. Okay, thank you all very much. We're going to move on to Freshwater Avenue now, which is here because it's an application by an employee of the council. I think, Ed, you're doing, aren't you? Thank you both very much for coming.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. Members, this application is for the construction of a two-storey side and rear extension, and as the Chair kindly pointed out, it is before you because the applicant is a employee of the City Council. So the site is a two-storey semi-detached dwelling on the corner of Freshwater Road, close to its junction with Gurnard Road. There is a single-storey attached garage on the northern side, and the dwelling is attached to 2 Gurnard Road, which is also 2 storeys. 32 Freshwater Road, which adjoins the application site, is a 2-storey semi-detached dwelling with a 2-storey flat-roofed rear extension. This aerial view gives you the sort of feel for the area, and where the red line is the proposed, where the red arrow is pointing is, just get my pointer, is where the proposed extension is to sit. The permission is being sought for as shown on the site plan below. Permission is being sought for a 2-storey side and rear extension. It would be have a hexagonal footprint. Sorry, wrong. Is that the right plan? Yes, let me. Existing plans, proposed plans, here we go, would have a sort of hexagonal footprint due to the constraints of the site, project some 3.1 metres to the rear and extend to the side by about 1 metre. In terms of height, it would, as shown on the elevation drawings, it would maintain the existing ridge height to a gable end, as shown there, and due to the sort of footprint dictating the roof form, it would have this sort of this, I don't know what you call it there, sort of truncated eaves there on one of the corners. The only relevant planning history was in 2007 for a single-storey rear extension to the garage. There'd been no technical consultation objections and no representations. The material planning considerations are set out in the officer report, and due to the officer concludes that due to its width, height, depth, scale and design, it would result in an incongruous, excessive and visually intrusive form of development, failing to respect the original character of the host building and the character of the local area, and is therefore recommended for refusal. Thank you.
All right, members' questions? No, well, look, I thought about this one. Sorry, I'm just going, Gerald. I looked at we're going to replace the hip roof now with a gable end. if this were to go through, and this could create more space for the owners, I myself don't have a problem with it. But it is a matter of opinion, isn't it? You know, we saw one in Old Portsmouth where officers were working to protect what they believed was visual amenities around the house with the planking all over it, and we disagreed again. And I think this is personally, I think it's a reasonable application, and I don't think it will affect, you know, the symmetry and make things. It will change, but I don't think it will massively affect the symmetry and make it look incongruous. So I'd like to propose that we grant permission. Councillor Vernon Jackson, then Councillor Weems, then Councillor Smith.
Happy to second that.
Okay. Councillor Weems. Okay. Councillor Smith.
Mine was only, I looked at it the other day and I just thought it could have been softened a little bit with maybe a barn hip on the, and just it doesn't look subordinate to the main building, does it? And I think sometimes planning officers don't like that.
No, I accept why they're making the recommendations, I respect that and so on, but we've got to take an opinion. So we're going to approve it by the look of it. That's been seconded by Councillor Gerald Vernon Jackson's. What kind of words do we need to overturn the officer recommendation? We don't think it will make an incongruous... we don't think it will affect...
Well, no, that's part of it, but you do actually need to articulate conditions because you are granting a permission, and at the very least you need conditions securing the plans. I don't know if there's anything else that the planners would want to impose on this.
Okay.
Obviously a three-year commencement period as well.
What conditions do you want to put? You know, the plan submitted to the local authority?
Standard time limit, 3 years, approved plans, and we can draw those down off the application, and materials probably as approved.
Materials approved. Okay, Kieran? So they've got some standard conditions and the materials to be approved.
So for the conditions, that's going to be 3 conditions, and I recommend you structure this as delegating the precise wording of the conditions to the Assistant Director of Planning and Economic Growth. Be one relating to a standard time limit of 3 years to commence development, to be in accordance with approved plans, and to be in accordance with materials within those approved plans. Is that right, Ed? Yes. Okay. It'll be delegated anyway, that the planners will do a proper job on it. Do you need sort of cogent reasons to why you disagree with officers? So you just simply disagree on design, is it? Again,
No,
planners
the design fits into the streetscape. We don't think it forms it doesn't form an incongruous.
It's not considered to result in.
Sorry?
It's not considered to result in.
Please speak up on the mic, Ed.
It will not result. It's just the reverse of what they're saying.
Yes. So would not result.
Yeah.
It's not considered or.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't got the report in front of me, which I'd usually use to reverse it, so... Thank you, Kieran. So we can add one word, not result in an incongruous, excessive, visually intrusive form of development. Okay, fellas?
Happy with that.
Okay. And with those conditions attached. So members, it's the same recommendation with the word would not result in incongruous, etc.
And your seconder agrees with that? Good.
Okay, I'm glad they're all a bit tired now. Anyway, here we go then. All those in favour of the proposition, so that's nearly unanimous. All those abstaining? Thank you. Okay. I'm extremely grateful for your time today, some complex matters, and it is a long day, I know it is. Thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you, Chair.